America first, support the rule, and pass the one big, beautiful bill. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, cult much? That gentleman's poster says it all. It's not about American families. It's about one big party for Trump. It's about swelling up his ego. I now yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from California, Speaker Emeritus, Ms. Pelosi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Leader, for your...
Gentlewoman's recognized for how much?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One minute. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for your leadership, Mr. McGovern. The gentleman just ended by saying to vote for this big, beautiful bill. This big, beautiful bill? Well, if beauty is in the eye of the beholder, then you, GOP, you have a very blurred vision of what America is about. Is it beautiful to cut off food from seniors and children? Is it beautiful to cut off 17 million people from health care? Is it beautiful to do this, to give tax cuts to billionaires in our country? Is it beautiful to take money from education and the rest? The list goes on and on.
Sure
Dr.
does.
King nearly 60 years ago said, of all the forms of inequality, injustice in health is the most shocking and the most inhuman because it often results in physical death. We come to this floor with the moral force of Dr. King's words in our heart. Let us not, with this bill, turn the American dream he talked about in a nightmare.
This is almost over, I
The
think.
disabled,
It's only,
our children.
it's only meant to
Let
be
us
an
vote
hour and
no
they're already
for the
halfway
shameful
through it.
and throw a punch for the children.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentlewoman from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I reserve.
Gentlewoman reserved. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlewoman from California, the distinguished ranking member of the Committee on Financial Services, Ms. Waters.
Thank you very
Gentlewoman recognized
much.
for 1 minute.
Oh, swell.
This big, ugly bill straps healthcare
You're
from
one to talk.
17 million Americans, shutters hospitals, and will starve 12 million people by taking away their food stamps. These cuts add up to $1.3 trillion, the exact cost of the tax cut Republicans are handing out to the richest 1% of Americans. But that's not all. The entire bill will add a whooping $3.3 trillion to our nation's $35 trillion debt. So much for Republicans being the party of fiscal responsibility. They're also gutting the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, an agency that returned $21 billion to families cheated by mega banks. They're cutting housing funds during an affordability crisis and weakening oversight of Wall Street. Maybe they're forgotten that the people elected them, not Trump.
I watched you in person do nothing with the SEC.
It'll be a cold day in hell before we let Republicans
Cold day
get
in
away
hell.
with this. I yield back.
Gentlewoman from North Carolina.
I reserve, Mr. Speaker.
Gentlewoman reserved. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mrs. If I can inquire of the gentleman, if she doesn't have many speakers, maybe she can let us some time.
Nice
because we
try.
have time.
Baldy.
Nice try, Mr. McGovern.
In Congress, we can measure how much people really
She's
believe in their
feisty.
position by whether they're willing to
She's
come and
feisty.
join their leaders on the House floor. Well, I count 4 members on the Republican side, and we've got over 75 over here.
Yeah, good for you.
And, you know,
All paid for by Pfizer.
Associated with this bill either. Mr. Speaker, I would urge we defeat the previous question, and if we do, I'll offer an amendment to the rule to consider amendment number 156, offered by Leader Jeffries, which strikes all provisions that would cause millions of Americans to lose health care and food assistance. Mr. Speaker, I ask
Cut
unanimous
FINRA.
consent to insert the text of my amendment into the record along with any extraneous material immediately prior to the vote of the previous question.
All right, move on.
And Mr. Speaker, to discuss that proposal, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Ocasio-Cortez.
Ah, here we go.
2 minutes.
Thank you, and I thank the chairman. President
Sandy.
Trump had issued some statements.
Sandy from the burbs.
Saying and urging, insisting that this bill. It doesn't take a smart person to if you're being lied to. President Trump, you're either being lied to or you are lying to the American people. Because this bill represents this bill the largest and greatest loss of health care in American history. 17
Your next
million
president.
Americans will lose their health care on this
Get
bill.
used to that
not
voice.
Undocumented people, not quote unquote the disgusting term illegal, but 17 million Americans will have their health care cut from this bill. On this point of tax on tips, as one of the only people in this body who has lived off of tips,
Yeah, right.
I want to tell you a little bit about the
Lived off
scam
to
of
something
that
else,
tax, a little bit of
TI
fine print
something else.
there. The cap on that is $25,000. While you're jacking up taxes on people who make less than $50,000 across the United States,
That's
while
not
taking
true.
away their SNAP, while taking away their Medicaid, while kicking them off of the ACA and their health care extensions. So if you're at home and you're living off tips, you do the math. Is that
Why
worth
don't you
it
do
to
it
you?
for us?
Losing all your health care, not able to feed your babies, not being able to put a diaper on their bottom in exchange for what? This bill is a deal with the devil. It explodes our national debt. It militarizes
What happened
our
last
entire
4 years
economy,
when you
and
ran it all?
strips away health care and basic dignity of the American people for what? To give Elon Musk a tax break and billionaires
She's your
the
next
greedy
president.
taking of our nation. We cannot stand for it, and we will not support it. You should be ashamed.
Oh, wow. I guess you couldn't wash your hair this morning.
Members are reminded not to engage in personalities toward the president,
Exactly.
and members are reminded to direct their remarks to the chair.
All right, that's enough time to get people in here.
Gentlewoman from North Carolina.
Let's see
Thank you,
what she
Mr. Speaker.
says.
I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Nels.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Texas. Let's listen to him.
I rise today to discuss an important provision in the big, beautiful bill. I was proud to introduce the Endowment Tax Fairness Act, which would tax the endowment
Sounds
profits
boring.
of private elite universities at 21%, raising an estimated, listen to me, $70 to $100 billion over 10 years. The Senate gutted this provision and reduced it to under $1 billion annually to protect elite universities that take hundreds of millions of dollars annually in federal
Okay,
tax.
so good morning, everybody. We're over 5 million shares, which is really good. And let me see where the stock is trading. AOC, our new president. What people don't realize is the debt's just got to go up. That's how our banking system is set up. You know, it's like a shark, has to keep swimming, just has to keep going up. And they also forget, I don't know if it's going to work, but they also forget that Trump is putting tariffs, which is essentially, to me, a consumption tax. It's a little bit like a value-added tax, but tariffs could reduce our owings. Now, Nixie's up. It's up 24 cents to $2.34, so it's about 30 cents higher than I sold it. But when I sold it, I was able to get into Railtown at 32.7 or 0.327. So, you know, I don't have the time to figure out if that's a push or a wash. But look, these stocks that I'm just talking for myself, the stocks I sold might go up. It doesn't mean it was the wrong decision to make that switch. The only reason it looks even unattractive maybe is because Railtown really hasn't moved yet. But when Railtown finally breaks out of this, it might be doing it now, but when it breaks out of the 43 cent, 42, 43 cent range, it depends on how you draw the lines. I think it's headed to 60, and then it's got to break through 62 cents. And then I think it's probably headed to $1.20, $1.25. And then you start making the comparison, say, oh, I'm glad I did it. But these stocks can go up. I guess Nixie, the gentleman yesterday, called it to my attention. Nixie's on the Russell 3000E. I don't know if that's a powerful index in terms of ETFs and et cetera, but it has some importance. I've said all along that Nixie's revenue numbers are quite impressive if they can execute it. The red flags with Nixie, to me, there's many probably, but the red flags, temporarily anyway, is the audit. The auditor resigned. I can't think of any good reason for that. It's like a senator resigning to spend more time with his family, and then you find out he's been spending his nights out with, the hot legislative aide. Tesla has rebounded $13 to 313. If I were Trump, I would just say, if this bill doesn't pass, I'll tell you what, we'll take away all subsidies to SpaceX, electric vehicles, building any kind, anything. And then, of course, Musk will go to Russia. These guys, these big boys, they're not American. They're international. They are international. It's all about the dollar. All right, so Railtown is 43.20. I don't know what to call it, 0.432 to 0.4347. I don't know who these sellers are. I don't think there are any sellers, but it is arbitrage against Canada, and it does bring up the interesting question: will we have some sort of rapid need to cover positions as the stock goes up, cover short positions? I would prefer this not be viewed as a short squeeze at all, and I would love it if it didn't short squeeze, just because it'll make our decision making better. You'll see a lot of people come on here, and I described it yesterday, and I think I have to just hit the point home. They love it when you're in a state of anxiety, a state of greed, a state of fear, moving your money, boom, boom. Hey, listen to this one. Hey, this one's up. Hey, WOLF, somehow inside information, I guess, WOLF doubles. So you better rush over there, get into it, get in it. And then you're going to lose your money. Railtown, I hope, as it goes up, and that's my prediction, not a promise, but I think I'm right. As it goes up, I hope you can hang on to it. Railtown will lift you out of this nightmare, emotional morass and victimhood and target practice for all these really skilled liars and manipulators and abusers. Down here, we'll enter a new, and I don't know how many of you have had big Wall Street accounts, and by big, I had a boss that told me, once you get to 100,000, that's the hard part, and then you can have a plan to get that to 500,000 or $1 million, just with it, whatever the strategy is. But I think there's going to be a lot of you out there that's going to make a lot of money here in Railtown. I'm watching it. The volume really isn't. It's not really doing very much. Let's see. Let me see what's going on with that big, beautiful bill. I think they stopped.
Side of the aisle. Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman
It's
from
not over
Ohio,
with.
Ms. Sykes.
Oh, yikes. It's Miss Sykes. Yikes. All right. Do you know that P. Diddy is going to be found not guilty? Yeah, he's not guilty of sex trafficking. I don't think anybody else would get away with that. I think that's the advantage of his race, frankly. I think he's getting, I'm not making a racial comment specifically. I'm just saying, I think the verdict, if he had been a white man, he'd be put away. He'd be put away. But anyway, that's life. Everybody has their advantages. It's also legal, I guess, to kidnap women and abuse them. And maybe she wanted to be, I don't know. Anyway, I wasn't in the trial. Maybe he, maybe he deserves to be free, because maybe it's just disgusting behavior, but it's legal. I don't know. Well, I mean, I'm not going to go into the news right now. Let's get to your comments. I know you don't have a lot. I'm going to try to stay on through the end of the day. I'm doing it right now because Railtown is eventually, maybe it's not this week, maybe it's next week, maybe it's the following week. I was certain in my gut, it was just a instinct that they were going to finish that agreement that was announced February 11th, and there was no time left. I'm very appreciative that we've had the combination of short selling. Obviously, it's short selling. It may just be arbitrage, but it may also just be the computers trying to rescue themselves, the algorithms. But it's not working. The stock keeps going up. And at some point, we're gonna tune in, and they'll have announced that memorandum of understanding has turned into a final agreement, subject only to shareholder approval, and that's an 80-cent stock. The next, as soon as it opens, my judgment, my call. But right now it's 43.20 to 43.49. They move it back and forth. I believe they've put this bid in above a stronger bid, so you don't see the size of the bid. I also think they move the ask back and forth to make you think there's a lot of sellers. And then they have this guy come on DB and tell you he sold some and he went over to G-Bucks. They want you to be hot-handed, telling you don't have the computers, you don't have the desire to sit in front of a computer and count Fibonacci and retracements and all. It's just not you. It's not me. So hopefully Railtown gets us all in a different status, and we just don't look back. It's a quantum leap, so to speak. Nixie's 230. It'd be an interesting study. If I had waited to sell Nixie and I got 230 instead of 206 or something like that, 204, call it 205. But I bought Railtown at 0.327, and now I would buy it at 0.43. I don't know. It'd be an interesting piece of arithmetic, but all it would do is, well, I could have done that a little bit better, but in a week, 2 weeks, a month, there will be no comparison in my judgment, between owning Railtown versus owning many of these other stocks. All right, let's see what you're saying. Hey, Frank. Hey, Chestnut. I don't know what PAMP means. I don't know what PAMP means. Hey, Julie. Hey, YouTube user. Cut FINRA. It's a good idea. Why should we be subsidized? They don't do their job. At least they don't do it for us. All right, Stan added, get my red pen out. Stan added 8,000. Good job, Stan. That's awesome. That is awesome. All right, so there's not a whole lot of comments. Good morning, Lewis. Good morning, Bill. Good morning, Gary. I should have gone and printed it out, but that's all right. That's all right. I can read it to you. If I can find it. I had it here. Wow. I should have had it out before I signed on. I know it's here. I know it's here. Gold breakout looms. Elon Musk's XAI raises $10 billion. Wow. That's a lot. I wonder what it says about valuation. Elon Musk's artificial intelligence firm XAI secured $10 billion in fresh capital, doubling down on its challenge to OpenAI as the race to dominate the AI landscape intensifies. This is authored by Amin Akshanas at Cointelegraph. The funds were evenly split between secured debt and strategic equity investments. The influx gives XAI more resources to expand its Memphis-based Colossus supercomputer and train its Grok chatbot. Citing Morgan Stanley, the funding round was reportedly oversubscribed, with major investors vying for stakes. Musk's AI push comes as American rivals race ahead. OpenAI closed on a $40 billion raise earlier this year, at a staggering $300 billion valuation, while Anthropic secured fresh backing that pushed its value beyond $60 billion. So I'm going to write those two down for reference. OpenAI, latest round, value $300 billion. Anthropic, we don't know what his value is. Let's see if it's in the article. Anthropic, last round, 60 billion. Big numbers. In March, Musk sold his social media platform X to XAI. I guess that was just shuffling on the deck, integrating Grok directly into the platform. The deal valued XAI at 80 billion. The deal valued X at 33 billion, deducting 12 billion of debt from the 45 billion valuation. He originally bought X for about 44 billion. So, according to NIK on Twitter, XAI's fundraising use of proceeds, 4.7 billion to be spent in 3 months. I guess that's the burn rate, 1.6 billion per month. 18 billion for a new data center, or that's not what it says. It says for new data center capital expenditure through 2027. And then they're going to pay up front for NVIDIA Blackwell GPUs up front. 2 billion for Colossus upgrade, liquid cooling and water recycling systems. And the XAI payroll is quadrupled since Series C. Musk has called Grok a maximally truth-seeking AI that is also anti-woke in a bid to set it apart from its rivals. All right, well, that's interesting. That gives us a couple of... I wonder if Railtown is as good as Anthropic. If it is, robots set to outnumber humans at Amazon warehouses. Amazon hasn't, this is Tyler Durden, Amazon hasn't set a public date for fully replacing warehouse workers with robots, but all indicators suggest a gradual transition is underway. The Wall Street Journal reported that Amazon, the nation's second largest private employer, is quickly approaching a new milestone in warehouse automation. There will soon be as many robots as humans. This equates to over 1 million robots. Roughly 75% of Amazon's deliveries are now assisted by robotic systems, which perform tasks such as picking, sorting, packaging, and moving items. They're one step closer to realization of full integration of robotics. The onboarding of automation has slowed Amazon's hiring. The average number of employees per facility has dropped to a 16-year low. Pretty amazing. can't find what I want to do. I had it yesterday. I should have just read it yesterday. Too late to buy gold? Not even close. But I want to wait till we have our position in Railtown established before I start talking. I don't want to distract you from what I think the focus should be right now. Well, I guess let me look if it's here. It might just be here. I may not have that, be able to read that to you. Yeah, it's a shame. Let me try one more place. Wow, that hurts. I have too much information, I guess, but I get gout and I have it. I have a flare up and it is not good. It hurts. So for those of you who don't like me, just know that I'm in a lot of pain. And it's not the kind of pain I would wish on an enemy. All right, I guess I won't be able to read that, but I'll have other things for you. Has Railtown's volume been going up? Yeah, but the real volume that matters is in Canada, which is on Yahoo. It's RAIL.CN, I think. Yeah, .CN, I think that's right. Now, that's Canadian National Railway I got. Oh, here it is. Yeah, rail.cn. That's it. So that's up 3 cents to 59 cents today. And the volume in Canada is pretty strong already, 241,000 shares. There's no news. There's no catalyst that we know about, but it should be close, I think. So today's high in Canada, 60 cents, and right now it's 57 cents. Sorry, 59 cents in Canada right now. 59 loonies to US dollars. Just on the currency exchange, our stock, RLAIF, should be trading at 43.32. Let's see where it is. Last trade, I don't have a trade. It should be 43.32. Last trade 43.41. So that's what it is. The Canadian stock is going up, which it is a Canadian stock. And ours is, there's probably an arbitrage computers can play, not only between the stocks, but also with the Canadian dollar and the US dollar. DMAC. Yeah, appreciate you guys. I'm glad you're in it. I think it's going to be fun. We have 5 million shares. We're just a loose group of people. But if we can hang on to the bulk of that, I'm not telling you to be diamond hands, and I'm not suggesting that people will have their reasons for doing things. But if we can hang on to the majority of that, or maybe add to that in the next few days, we're going to be a pretty powerful group of assets. And I'd like us to stay together rather than listening to every hot day trading stock out there, because they'll take that money from you. They'll know it's here and they'll come take it. They'll bring in Roger Rabbit with his trombone. It's my fight against the shorts, and he'll suck money out and go on his holiday. And then they'll bring in the Greek to get you into COSM again. They'll pull 35 million out. I hope you don't let that happen. I just hope you don't let it happen. And frankly, Aubrey Advisors came in and did it with the knuckleheads over at Logic. All right, so Anthropic is the lowest valuation round. Let's see if, let's ask what revenues does Anthropic project? Anthropic hits $3 billion in annualized revenue on business demand for AI. 2025 projected revenue for Anthropic is $2.2 billion. Base case 2027, Anthropic projects its revenue to reach $12 billion. Anthropic is also projecting its revenue could grow as high as $34.5 billion in 2027. Current annualized revenue, Anthropic has achieved reportedly a $4 billion annualized revenue run rate, 4 times higher than at the beginning of the year. Anthropic anticipates becoming cash flow positive by 2027. They're not even cash flow positive. A significant portion, 75% of Anthropic's revenue, is generated through enterprise and startup API calls. Code generation is the major driver of this revenue. Reuters says Anthropic hits $3 billion in annualized revenue on business demand for AI. Artificial intelligence developer, and this one was this article from Reuters, May 30th by Anna Tong and Jeffrey Daston. Artificial intelligence developer, sounds like our guys. Well, we're more of an aid to developers, is making about $3 billion in annualized revenue. This milestone projects companies' current sales over the course of a year is a significant jump. While consumers have embraced OpenAI's ChatGPT, a number of enterprises have limited their rollouts to experimentation. Anthropic's revenue surge, largely from selling AI models as a service to other companies, that's our bailiwick, is a data point showing how business demand is growing. That's our bailiwick. The key driver is code generation, our bailiwick. Backed by Google parent Alphabet and Amazon, this company, I just forgot the name of it, Anthropic, is famous for AI that excels at computer programming. That's our space. I mean, I'm sure there's going to be a lot of companies in the space. Products in the so-called code gen space have experienced major growth and adoption in recent months. We're not even talking years, just months. This demand is setting Anthropic apart among software as a service vendors. We looked at IPOs of over 200 public software companies, and this growth rate has never happened, said Meritic general partner Alex Clayton, who is not an investor in Anthropic. He cautioned that these comparisons are not fully precise. True enough. By contrast, publicly traded SaaS company Snowflake took 6 quarters to go from 1 billion to 2 billion in run rate. That's this acceleration in AI that the videos told you about, and the company in his presentation told you about. I wrote it down, I think. I think it was Alter. Netflix took 3.5 years to get to 1 million users. Some other company took 2 years. Facebook took 10 months, but then ChatGPT took 5 days. So the whole thing is accelerating. Anthropic competitor OpenAI has projected that OpenAI will end 2025 with more than 12 billion in revenue, up from 3.7 billion last year. The two rivals appear to be establishing their own swim lanes. Both offer consumer products. OpenAI is shaping up to be a consumer-oriented company, and the majority of its revenue comes from subscriptions to its ChatGPT chatbot. OpenAI Chief Financial Officer Sarah Fryer told Bloomberg last year. OpenAI has not reported enterprise-specific revenue. In the consumer race, Anthropic's Claude has seen less adoption. Anthropic, founded in 2021 by a team who departed OpenAI, closed a $3.5 billion fundraise earlier this year, valued the company at $61 billion. OpenAI is currently valued at $300 billion. I don't know. If we took 60 billion, I'm not saying, I'm just using it. I'm not saying that's our value yet, but it could get there. Divided by 150 million shares. It's not fair to, this is a very sloppy comparison. But if it happened, our stock would be $400 a share, just getting to 60 billion. Pretty amazing. XAI is 80 billion and OpenAI is 300 billion. Does the Canadian exchange have the same market manipulation? More, I think more. I think Canada's the source of a lot of manipulation. But I don't know how to express it. It would be like having having a bunch of pennies copper. I don't know if copper's magnetic, but you know, cheapo pennies and quarters in a sewage system, and Railtown is a bar of, I don't know, iron, and you bring a magnet across and it's stuck in the muck right now because of the fact that there's no buying. There's no ability of people who know the story to buy right now because it's restricted. But it'd be like bringing that magnet over, and slowly but surely that iron bar is coming up out of the muck, while all the crappy zinc pennies and all that, I don't know if they're magnetized, assume they're not, stay in the muck with all these manipulators, with all these liars, with all these people hoping that you'll move your money around so they can accelerate their algorithmic computers to the upside, so they can do a deal through Jeff Easton and out to the Toad, and everybody in it can make money except you. I think this big magnet, without getting your hands dirty, is going to pull this valuable iron bar, or gold's not magnetic, I don't think. Anyway, a big Railtown is going to get pulled up out of the crap, and I hope you just stay out of the crap. I just hope you do. Steve bought wow. You're amazing. You're on vacation. Lucky duck. Lucky duck. No vacation for me. Just gout, heat, silence, loneliness, missing my dog. But I do get the weekends off. That's awesome, Steve. You're going to have 1 million shares soon. And when it goes to a dollar, you're going to be a millionaire. Don't sell, I don't think. All right, let me see if I wish I could find that article. But we can go back. I didn't finish. I did not finish. Oh. I got worn out at the end there yesterday. Just to continue with some of what David Morgan has said this month about financialization. The other article I'm looking for was from Charles Hughes Smith, ironically on the exact same topic, is something that I've talked about, think about. It's what happened to the Weimar Republic. And that's why I'm so convinced we're going to have a blow off top in the markets. And we're making new highs in the indices. But the discussion here from yesterday is that we, as an economy, we're in a period of financialization. Everything is a ping pong ball, and you hit it across the net. Nothing is investing in real productivity. So anyway, he says the price of financialization is measured in the erosion of the middle class. When finance dominates, wealth flows uphill. The compounding nature of interest, dividends, and capital gains favors those who already own assets. And I think Railtown is going to put us in a position where you qualify as people who own assets in this sense. The real economy suffers. Productivity growth The driver of living standards stalls. Young people can no longer afford homes because Wall Street firms like BlackRock and Invitation Homes are buying entire neighborhoods, financed with ultra cheap money, courtesy of central banks. It's all rigged. It's all rigged. Medical costs soar, not because of breakthroughs, but because private equity firms now dominate hotel ownership. Internationally, the consequences of financialization are even grimmer. Countries like Argentina, Lebanon, and Sri Lanka have been destroyed by their dependence on dollar-denominated debt. Fiat currency is the engine of financial overreach. The 20th century's most underreported revolution was the quiet abandonment of sound money. When the president closed the gold window in 1971, he said, "Nix on that." It unshackled the dollar, but it also unshackled the whole global financial system from any constraint rooted in reality. Since then, global debt has exploded. At the time when Nixon took us off the gold standard, global debt has exploded from $1.5 trillion in 1970 to over 300 trillion today. Who's lending the world the money? Mars? In a fiat system, money is credit and credit is political. Central banks create credit at will, and those closest to the creation, banks, governments, large corporations, benefit first. This is the essence of the Cantillon effect. I've never heard of that. Those at the top get richer while prices rise for everyone else. Meanwhile, savings are punished. Interest rates no longer reflect time preference or risk. They reflect policy. When central banks suppress interest rates to prop up markets, they destroy the very signal that is meant to guide economic coordination. Asset bubbles form, burst, and reform in ever larger swings. Volatility replaces stability. Trust is eroded. With that erosion of trust, social cohesion begins to unravel. So what would a world with only 10% of GDP devoted to finance look like? First, capital would be reallocated to productive ends. We're coming there. It's either going to happen through a crash or an uprising. Of course, you'll have to convince AOC of it when she's president. She's going to be your next president. Ooh, that's a thought. Inequality would be reduced, stability would increase, and society would get healthier. With less financialization, fewer young people would be drawn into unproductive careers, pushing papers and coding algorithms for trading desks. More would become engineers, builders, doctors, and scientists. Fewer billionaires would emerge from hedge funds. More would emerge from inventing real-world situations. All right, I'm going to skip the rest because I can't read his whole thing. He's got it in, this is from Statista. Countries armed with nuclear weapons. Numero Adin. Adin is Russia. 4,380 nuclear warhead. The United States comes in Deva, 3708. 3,708. And 3 is China, 500. France comes in next, 290. United Kingdom, 225. India, 172. Pakistan, 170. Israel, 90. But hey, nobody else can have them. North Korea, 50. Global titanium mine production. That looks like an interesting article. Do you know the market cap of Bitcoin right now? $2 trillion. This places Bitcoin as the world's 5th most valuable asset, ahead of Amazon and Alphabet. Bitcoin ranks just behind Apple, Microsoft, and Nvidia, and gold in terms of market capitalization. Interesting. Aya Gold and Silver had a robust quarter. Agnico Eagle Mines, the best run senior gold producer, I like them, Agnico Eagle Mines, had excellent Q1 results. Coeur Mining had a solid quarter. Endeavor Mining is the lowest cost senior gold producer, strong cash flow. Equinox Gold, positive quarter. Calibre. I like that one. Franco-Nevada. Reported record Q1 results. We're going to have a portfolio of these once we're established as modern day independently financially secure people. Hecla Mining, the largest U.S. silver producer, record results in Q1. I like Hecla. They're going to buy the stock, the other stock, which I've got to get in on that. Endeavor Silver, the mid-tier silver producer, announced the acquisition of a Peruvian silver company. Very interesting. And then final thoughts. I asked a well-connected Chinese investor to give me the facts regarding silver investment in China. He stated very few channels are currently available for Chinese investors to purchase silver. Banks offer gold accumulation, but not silver. Paper silver products have ceased trading. Currently, the leading investment channel is through Shanghai Futures Exchange to buy futures contracts. However, this carries a high risk and is leveraged, so most retail investors avoid it. The Shubei market offers silver bricks with 5 kilograms commonly called plate silver, which mainly appeals to processing enterprises. The Chinese government does not purchase silver. However, China's most prominent silver trader, Shengtong Precious Metals, a centrally administered state-owned enterprise, does hold extensive inventories. We now know that China's industrial demand for silver exceeds 10,000 tons annually. All right, let's see if there's additions. Wow, see, this is starting. Mag Silver being acquired by Pan American. Amazing. It's going to start. You'll see the better ones acquired. So Mag Silver, he had his investors come in at 765, and it was just acquired for 146% gain. Why don't you do a space once a week so some of us have a voice? Maybe I can get some help doing that. Maybe Busy would help me, or I don't know how to do it, is the fact. I like that idea. I could do a space. Then I wouldn't have to talk so much. I could listen and learn. I like that idea. Maybe Busy, or maybe Kristen. Maybe Anna can show me how. Somebody can show me how. Or I can Google how to set it up and just take the risk. How's my anti-Semitism activities going on? Oh, good. What kind of Jew are you? Are you a Jew? Are you a Hebrew? Are you Israeli? Are you, which tribe are you from? Are you from Judah? Or, it's so confusing that there's even a question if being Jewish is Semitic. So, keep your simplistic bumper sticker accusations to yourself. But to be clear, I am anti-Zionism, and I see no connection between Zionism and the Jewish faith. But what is being Jewish? Is it a faith? Is it a culture? Is it a race? You don't even know the answers to that, but you can hurl your accusations so you don't have to think about what Israel is doing to children and women in Palestine. You can just hurl anti-Semitism. You, or Israel, is doing the same thing to Palestinians that the Germans did, while somebody like you back then, even though you're Jewish back then, you would have remained silent as you remain now, just proving that all human beings are capable of atrocious moral decisions. But I'm not anti-Semitic. And by the way, Arabs are Semitic. So what the hell does it mean anyway? You're just playing the victim because of the horrors that happened 90 years ago, 80 years ago. Horrors. But you know what? It's a little kept secret. Hitler did the same thing to other groups of people, including it's a much smaller number, I've heard, but it's still in the million range. Catholics. It's not, it's not that when Israel or Jews suffer, they're the only people that suffer. It's horrible. But a lot of people have suffered in this world, from the Cambodians to the Hitsus and the Tutsis in Africa, to the American Indians, to the Aborigines in Australia, to the Irish, to the Italians, to, I don't know, there was slavery back, obviously the Jews were enslaved in Egyptian times, but there was other slavery that went on too. It's not just you that are victims to the cruelty in the world. It's horrible what happened. Horrible. I'm against it. In fact, what came out of the Holocaust was a commitment by the world that it would never happen again. But the world never could have thought that a subset of the people who were treated so atrociously would then control a colonial white supremacist European state based where the Palestinian people live, and those people would do the same thing that Hitler did to the Jews. Those people are doing that same thing to the Palestinians. That's not anti-Semitism. That's anti-Zionism. That's anti-slaughter. That's anti-murder. That's anti-genocide. That's what I stand for, anti-genocide. I stand for the right of every little child to grow up with dreams and happiness and love around them so that when they're 21, they have a future based on a good heart, good emotions, and personal strength so they can go out in the world with equality, regardless of their race, regardless of their religion, regardless how tall they are, regardless how good looking they are, regardless of anything. All children born on this planet are God's children, every single one of them, including Palestinians. So you're the one that's anti-Semitic when you kill Arabs. Arabs are Semitic. Do you know that? So you're the one. You point one finger at me, 3 fingers are pointing back at you, Craig. So why don't you just stuff it up your ass? I put down white folks? Actually, I get worried that I make comments that white men are now the ones being discriminated against. But I think you can broaden it in American society. I think it's difficult for men to get ahead. We've become a very feminized society. Our education is controlled by women. Our courts are controlled by women. Our voting is controlled by women. Our buying decisions are controlled by women. Dating seems to be controlled by women. Divorce is controlled by women. Children are controlled. We're a very feminized society. So I think when I point out that it's difficult for white straight males, it might just suffice to say it's become difficult to be a younger man in this structure. But men adapt, and men are strong, and men solve problems. Men solve problems. I think women oftentimes, at least in a man's world, create problems. But, bravo for women. Women should have equality, whatever that means. I think in many ways women are stepping down to have equality. I think women are far more powerful than they give themselves credit for. But I guess everybody wants the roles that men perform, at least the ones that seem exciting. They don't want to be on the front line of soldiering or building roads or being out in 90-degree heat, putting roofs on. So it's, you know, there's no consistency in the thought process. It's just women want power in the traditional economy and political roles. They don't want to do all that grunt work, and they just want to hop up there. Well, any human being wants that. It's any human being wants that. Men come out of school, they want to get that, but they don't have that ability to put it in the framework of we've been put down by the patriarchy. It's just like you. You are a supremacist. You believe that anybody can declare, I'm Jewish. I don't know how you do it. You know, Hitler did it. Hitler tried to measure who was Jewish by how much blood was in their system. They had a great-grandparent. It's horrible, but you're doing it by choice. So then those people born Jewish have birthright to be in Palestine. Palestinians born in Palestine, under your rule, do not have the right to be there. They're in an open-air concentration camp. They don't even have a passport. They can't travel. They can't come on here and be a DAC like you are. And you say, I'm anti-Semitic? You're anti-Semitic, not me. You do a disjustice to your intelligence when you say stupid things like this. I don't, you know, it's a lot of what I've pointed out are my feelings, but it's also so you know when you're in this cult that you're the victim because of what Hitler did horribly, to the point where it can actually make you. I don't know if you've gone to the Holocaust Museum. I've gone 2 or 3 times. It can make you want to just excuse yourself, because your insides are just retching. It's so horrible. But then watching what you do to Palestinian children, and there's no food. You're blocking the food, the water, the medicine. There's no air conditioning. There's no toilets. There's no place to sleep. And you bang your chest, hey, I'm pro-Israel, and he's anti-Semitic. So you play the victim, and at the same time, you're worse than any colonial exterminator in the history of colonialism, including the Brits, the white man, when they slaughtered the Aborigines. You're no different. And that's hard for you to accept. You have to hide in your cult. But you're no different. You're doing to innocent children, and of course to women and men, but you're doing to innocent children what you read about in history books. You might hear about it, but my understanding is most people that came here surviving that horror didn't talk about it. They came into America where we welcomed Jews with wide open arms, and they set about working and hard work and achieved acceptance and progress and wealth and intellectual achievements beyond anything, beyond compare almost. Yet you come here and call me anti-Semitic while you won't even go fight in Israel, but you'll ask not what your government can do for you. Ask what your government can do for the murderous government of Israel. We have to send money to Israel so you can send money back and bribe our politicians. So we send arms, we send arms, we send arms, and who dies? Arabs. And there are some Jewish Arabs, by the way, and Christian Arabs. But Zionism is secular. Zion, as far as I can tell, it's not even Jewish. But that depends on your definition of Jewish. And you can't even define Jewish. No, I'm not anti-Semitic. I'm anti-Zionism. And I think because of your arrogance and because of your murderous ways in Israel, you're going to find out that Israel ceases to exist. It's going to collapse on its own weight. It has nothing to do with me. It has nothing to do with me. But no. No, I would say if you hear it that way, you hear it that I'm anti-Semitic, well, that's just because you're an ignorant asshole. Pizza rules. Since investing in rail recently, I've been listening to your streams. I don't want to ask you about Lucky. Pizza rules. Yeah, I think about Lucky all the time. All the time. People wonder if I've, because, I'm not, everyone around here is pretty young. And if I see a black and white dog and it looks like me, like Lucky, I go and say hi, and they're the greatest dogs. I think mine was an American Staffordshire, but it's this broad range of bully dogs. They're always great. They're always friendly. And I guess they know that I like them. They can maybe smell it. But the owners are always like, what the hell? Why are you trying to say hi to my dog? But every now and then the dog is happy to see me. But I miss it when my dog was happy to see me. There was no joy like his reaction to seeing me or doing things, seeing other people or doing things he loved to do. I miss him very, very much, very, very much. On the other hand, I was blessed to have him, very blessed to have him. If you feel so guilty about Gaza, why don't you go there and help them? Stay there, walk the talk. Well, Craig, number one, I'm not sure Israel would allow me to enter because I travel a lot in the Middle East, or I used to. Number two, I can't afford to go right now. Number three, I think I have more impact calling to conscience the evil that Israel is doing than just going and getting shot at and dying. And number four, I do intend to try to help the people of Palestine and Lebanon and Syria and any other effing country that you can't live in peace with. I've never seen a country. Apparently the whole idea was there was this diaspora of Jews, whether or not it meant, I don't know what the link was. Romanian Jews, Lithuanian Jews, Russian Jews, Polish Jews. Are they all the same? I don't know. There's the Ashkenazi, there's the Sephardic out of Spain, there's some sort of Jewish lineage out of Iran. It's all lost in the mists of time. It all comes from Abraham, but so does Christianity and Islam. And then it goes through the sons, and then there's 12 tribes, but then one tribe, Judah, becomes the name for all of them, but I'm not sure that's correct. That's how you play your victimhood. Oh, it's just unpleasant. It's not only unpleasant, it's tiring to listen to. It shows how morally bankrupt you are. And I don't feel guilty about Gaza. You feel guilty. I'm not doing anything to Gaza. I could argue, and I have a friend who has on his desk a bullet that went through a child, and I don't think our bullets say made in the USA, but he has one on his desk that says made in the USA. So the United States is helping you assholes, and I hope that stops. But going to Israel and getting shot by an Israeli soldier is not going to help me help Gaza. Calling you out might help. You're so devoid of, I don't know what you do. I'm sure you don't drink. I'm sure you don't use cocaine. Maybe it's just your acquisition of money that dulls the conscience in your brain and in your heart for other human beings. But maybe it's because just like Hitler did to the Jews, you are doing to the Palestinians, you make them subhuman. To you, extermination is fine because they're animals. I'm here to tell you that Palestinians are human beings, and the women and children and men are all God's children. And they're chosen by God, by the way. They're created in God's image. That's hard for you to acknowledge, that you're not that special. The irony of God is we're each special in God's eyes, but he offers that to 8 billion people. Or more if you count all the ones that are dead. He offers it to everyone, that specialness. But you're not special. And as long as you're caught up in the evil that you're caught in, you're not heading in the right direction, boy. You'll find that, I think you will, if you have any curiosity, that the reason and I'm not a theologian. I can't really back up my thoughts with a lot of years of study of the Old Testament or else. But I think God chose, see, I'm not even sure that he chose the Jewish people. I think he chose all of Abraham's descendants, but to the extent that it was some narrow selection of one tribe, Judah, because it used to be Israelis and Hebrites. I forget how you say it, but it was Hebrew and Israeli people and Palestinians and Romans and Iranians and Greek, it was a crossroads of commerce. But there was one little kingdom called Judah, and that's where the name Jew came from. It wasn't all the other surrounding, but over time, I guess the name has expanded to be anyone who doesn't believe that Jesus Christ is the Messiah. So you're still waiting for the Messiah. That's fine. That's religion. But then there's all the secular Jews who don't believe in God. So what is it? But I'll tell you what, when you're complicit, and not only do you remain silent, you join in, you attack me, you are more than complicit in the murder of hundreds of thousands of people in Palestine. And when you go before God, you might be surprised. I have plenty to deal with my own meeting with God, so I won't judge you. That's up to him. But I can criticize, and I'm not going to remain silent because I think that's part of my ultimate judgment. If I remain silent, as John Kennedy misquoted some other person who misquoted some other person, the hottest place in hell is reserved for he who in times of moral crisis remains silent. You're not even silent. You're a bully. But I think you're going to find that chosen means that God saw in you or in that people greatness, and therefore he expected more out of you, not less, more. Not less, more. And you know, my experience in the Middle East and around, I find that people, particularly people who are believers, but I find Muslims do more. They expect more of themselves. Is it in all areas? I don't know. But ask yourself this. As Iran retaliated for your starting a war, for your invasion, how many civilians died? My understanding is it was something like 39, which is terrible. But it was 6, 7, 8, 900. You targeted civilians. You targeted civilians. But in Islam, in war, you cannot target civilians. So don't you start doing your thinking for God. You may feel God chose you, but you know what? He chose to come to, I don't know, 1 billion, 4 peoples through Muhammad. He chose that. That's God's prerogative, how he comes to people. And each one of us, by God's grace, is as special to God that we feel special that he's there for us. But it's odd. Just because he loves each of us to a level that we cannot comprehend doesn't mean he loves someone else less. And that's the mystery of it. But I'm sure God still loves you. But there's a penalty. There's a penalty for murdering other people and being an asshole. I've never said that. I'm not going to even repeat that. I've never used those words. I'm very careful about the first word and never use the other word, ever. I've never said that. You've said it now. I've never said that. And that's not true. I'm not one of those do-gooder liberals like Bill Clinton or Hillary who feel like they can do for another race because of their superiority and they're so good. No, I'm someone that says that everybody can do it themselves. Everyone. Some people, at different times of their life, need some help. I'm all for that. But I'm all for everybody having the ability and the right to succeed on their own without some, gracious wave of the hand. We're going to look out for you. I think that aspect of white liberalism is actually racist. So you got the wrong person, Craig. And I will repeat, I think you're a complete arsehole. Hey, Babcock family. Wow, Julie. Wow, Julie. You're the best. Too bad you're already married. Just tell your husband, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. But you and your husband are going to be lounging in the Bahamas while the rest of us are toiling away at work. Good for you. Hey, Maddie, I still don't know what based means. I always think it means biased. I guess based means grounded. That's why we love William. He has no fear of speaking the truth. Base as fuck. I don't know. I wouldn't say I don't have any fear. It's a little uncomfortable, but at the same time, courage is what you do after you realize you're scared out of your wits or you're in over your head. That's when courage shows up. So they're voting on ordering the previous question. I don't know what that means. Of course, the Democrats come in negatory. Hey, Red Pepper Ronnie. Yeah, anyway, you say here that I have no fear of speaking the truth. Some of the hardest things to do, I showed you this the other day, if it's still here. But some of it is being truthful with yourself, Here it is. It's easier to fool people than to convince them that they have been fooled. I've been going through a sort of isolated period of my life that I didn't think I'd ever experience. And you think about things that you're so certain on, and that person shouldn't have done that or that. Then you start thinking, well, wait a minute, maybe I didn't do that right, or maybe I didn't see that correctly. It's interesting. We can't always see the truth, but we can have our strong inclination to it. The modern term is, particularly women say it, I'm just telling you my lived truth. What the hell does that mean? Truth is an absolute. Truth is an absolute. But just like in physics, or I guess in quantum physics, and who was it? It's not Heidelberg, it's some other guy. But the physical action that's going on, by observing it, you change it. And so truth, since we're human, truth is often how we perceive it. And I think when we believe absolutely that we know, that's where we run into trouble. I think we always have to be willing to hear new information. I think truth is absolute, but I think our understanding of truth evolves and adjusts. But I also think you have to speak up against immoral things. And the funny thing is, I'd like to think that if I lived in Germany or lived in the United States back in the 40s, I would have been speaking up. I don't see any reason I wouldn't be, because I'm the same person. But I like to think if I lived in the South or the North, but in the South prior to the Civil War, I would have spoken up. I don't know how society was exactly, but I would have, if I inherited slaves or somehow I would have freed them. But then you've got to somehow make sure they're safe. You can't just let them. I don't know. I don't know the mechanics of back then, but I would like to have thought, for example, that if there were slaves in my area of life, I would have gone out of my way to, for example, teach them to read, because that's the power that scared the slave I don't know, the powers that be so much. I would have fought so hard to keep families together. I would have, it would have crushed me, but I'd probably be hung up, strung up, and killed, I guess. But I like to think that's what I would have done. And this gentleman does have a point. I could go fly into Palestine if I could get in, just like Sean Penn flew into the Ukraine. But the cameras follow him. Nobody follows me. And I'll get arrested, thrown into some prison, and won't get out, or I'll be shot. It'll be, the Israelis will blame it on that there was a Hamas leader there, even though they funded Hamas. I'm telling you guys, this regime in Israel, at least this portion of the regime, but I read that 70-80% of Israelis support it. So I think it's all Israel. And I don't know another country in the world. Japan is pretty monolithical, China, but I don't know another country in the world established to be a supremacist country. I don't know another one. Hey, Red Pepperoni, it's good to see you. You're probably hot down there. He is a show. You're right. I'll ignore him. I'll ignore him. I should have already. This guy's a shill. If you're through, Lieutenant, I've got to get back to work, but not in personnel. Not in homicide. What? You've been reassigned to personnel. Personnel. That's for assholes. All right, now we don't have anybody listening anymore. It's not good. Let's get back on track. You know what? You're right, Red Pepper. He didn't want anyone listening. He's trapped. So Railtown is asking 44. The bid is 43.25. It's traded above 44, but it's asking 44. If it breaks out here, it's going to go another 20, 30, 40%. And these guys are going to be in trouble. These guys are going to be in trouble. The last four trades, that's all I can see. 43.86 for 1,400 shares, 43.35 for 3,500 shares, 43.35 for 4,500 shares, and then 43.41 for 350. It's pretty powerful. Let's see if the big, beautiful bill is passing. Yeah, red pepperoni, that got me off track. You're right. You're right. You are right. Let's see how P. Diddy is. Diddy's children are jubilant. So he gets off. He gets off. I don't know. The jury convicted Sean Combs of prostitution crime, but cleared him of sex trafficking and racketeering. And he's probably going to be free on bail. He's smiling and clasping his hands in prayer. Well, God's there for everybody. He's relieved and thrilled. Spectators yelled out in joy. His children are proud of him. He looks like he's got 3 lovely daughters. I guess he wouldn't mind if they went to freak-offs, whatever it is. Man, it's incredible. He's going to be coming home. 3 counts of not guilty. You know who predicted that was Lionel. I think it was Lionel of Lionel Nation. He said I think it was he. He said they had made serious mistakes in the prosecution. But I guess freak-offs are legal in America. Drug people up and rape them is legal. Uh-oh. Trump tariffs drive record U.S. revenue. All right, we have to talk about something more substantial than this. 121 billion in tariff revenue. That doesn't seem like that much money, but I guess it is. Projections that June will bring in another 27 billion. That doesn't seem gigantic. So they're voting on something now, but I don't know if it's the big, beautiful bill. We'll monitor it. Well, Greg, you can pound away, Craig, you can pound away at your keyboard with your cultish crap. I'm not going to respond to it anymore. It's 1:20, and I've Red Pepper Ronnie is right. That got me off track. So let me see if I can find. Oh, there. I got it. No, I don't. Oh, yeah, I do. Maybe I do. No, I don't. Some old article. Maybe this is it. Let me see. Yeah. All right. So this is on Charles Hughes Smith's blog spot. And he doesn't charge for it, so you can follow him. Monday. The no-win bubble wealth effect. Either way, we lose. And my whole goal is to get us, you, hopefully I do too, get in a position where we have a little wealth to become our own independent financial islands. We can be our own central banks. He says, this is Charles Hughes Smith, I have endeavored to explain how our economy has changed dramatically over 50 years. And that's what I see. I mean, I'm not his age, but closer to him than most of you. Nothing is going to happen in the future that makes sense unless we understand this 50-year change. Wages gained ground from 1945 to 1975, which, for those of you who remember, was 1 year before Starland Vocal Band. I think that year the #1 song in America, according to Casey Kasem, but it might have been 74, was "We had joy, we had fun, we had seasons in the sun. All the dun 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 dun. Seasons in the sun." But anyway, so wages gained ground from the war, the end of the war, through 1975, and lost ground from 1975 to today. In the glorious 30 years of sustained global growth, 1945 through 1975, wages share of the economy was 50%. 50% of the nation's income. As the economy expanded, wages increased in line with the economy. Since the mid-70s, that trend has reversed. Wages have lost ground for the last 50 years. As the economy expanded, wages share of the economy declined, meaning the economy's gains flowed to capital rather than to wages. This wealth transfer was non-trivial. $150 trillion was siphoned from wages to owners of capital, banks. As the chart shows below, federal debt as a percentage of GDP declined in the decades of organic growth. meaning the economy expanded from increases in productivity, efficiencies, and resource extraction, as opposed to synthetic growth of using debt and financialization to boost consumption. Financialization took off in the 1980s. And I used to think that was Reagan, because I kind of lived through that. I lived my own truth during the years of Reagan. But I really, looking back, I think it was Bill Clinton that put financialization on steroids. Financialization took off in the 1980s as unlimited credit for financiers enabled a synthetic boom of corporate takeovers and mergers. Financialization expanded into every nook and cranny of the economy in the 1990s and the 2000s, so that assets such as the family home became commoditized as an asset and could be sold as securities to global capital. I have a friend that I used to work with at Merrill Lynch. He's now somewhere else. He explained to me how we came very close to having our individual homes, and it may still come. You're going to be able to list them on a computer, and you're going to be watching your home go up and down in value every day, every hour. So these guys can lever against it and short it. It's a sickening thing. As the federal debt GDP chart illustrates, federal debt rose faster than GDP as financialization hollowed out the U.S. economy. The acceleration of globalization from 2001 advanced this hollowing out. The destabilizing nature of financialization manifested in the 2008 timeframe as the global financial crisis. This is when heavily financialized subprime mortgage securities catalyzed a global meltdown. I guess it is now. In the 2008-2009 crisis and its response, a critical juncture in American history occurred. The organic economy became subservient to the synthetic economy of debt bubbles, the wealth effect, and the toxic harvest of hyperfinancialization and hyperglobalization and short selling and violating securities laws without paying taxes, and then expecting the American taxpayer to bail their ass out in the Middle East. Federal debt, which has risen from 40% of GDP in the early 1980s to 60% in 2007, exploded to 120% of GDP, 120%, as the synthetic growth of using debt to inflate asset bubbles generated the wealth effect, and it became the engine of consumption. As a result of policy decisions made in 2008, 2010, our economy became dependent not on wages, but on the quote-unquote wealth effect for consumption. As asset valuation bubbles went higher, the owners of the assets felt wealthier, and they had the incentive to borrow and spend more of their phantom wealth. The top 10% of U.S. households now account for 50% of U.S. consumer spending. That used to be me. The U.S. economy depends more than ever on rich people. The highest earning 10% of Americans have increased their spending far beyond inflation. Everyone else's hasn't. That's the Wall Street Journal. The problem is that unlike wages, which are broadly distributed, asset ownership is concentrated in the top 10% of households. So the wealth effect dramatically boosted wealth and income inequality. So all the synthetic growth since 2009 has flowed to the top tier of households as wages share of the nation's income lost ground. This is a can't-win scenario. If the everything bubble that drives the wealth effect keeps inflating, wealth inequality will crack our society wide open. If the bubble pops, consumption implodes, jobs will be lost, and the Great Recession, which was kicked down the road in 2009, will be upon us with a vengeance. Beneath the superficial surface of rising GDP, the policies of inflating debt bubbles to drive the wealth effect have hollowed out not just the economy, but society. The net effect has been to load younger generations with debt while funneling the majority of federal spending to the older generations who also happen to own most of the assets. Since younger workers couldn't buy assets when they were cheap, few have gained from the wealth effect. By effectively impoverishing the nation's younger generations, we have chosen a demographic doom loop. As marriage and birth rates have collapsed since 2007, guess what happens when you make starting a family and buying a house unaffordable to younger generations, and also when men lose everything in divorce, which are 70% initiated by the women they marry. Oh, sorry. Guess what happens? They no longer start families and have children. As the boomer generation retires, the legacy of retirement programs designed in the 30s and the 60s is fiscal bankruptcy, as these programs are driving the expansion of federal spending and borrowing. It's called a doom loop with no exit, for all speculative assets pop. Once the wealth effect reverses, assets get sold off to raise cash, and since only the wealthy can afford to buy them, there's no buyers left, so valuations crash. It didn't have to be this way, but our leadership chose poorly, and the consequences will fall on us. Let's go through the charts. Let's see if I can get these charts for you. I don't know if I can. Maybe I can. All right. Looks like I can. Oh. And how many are there? There's 4 of them. 5 of them. 6 of them. Lordy. Okay, just one last one. All right, let's see if they we'll talk a while. I can pull those up on photos. In other news, I moved. Good for you. Good for you. I think you'll be able to. I mean, if you want to, you'll be able to. Whatever your rail town is, maybe you sell it 10% of the rail town once it's up, and come back and get your at Northwest. But I do think rail town's going to be a intriguing asset tone because, I've told you the story about the gentleman that was kind enough to explain Microsoft to me. If I just put all my clients in Microsoft at $10 or whatever it was, it might have been $20, and had done nothing else, they'd all be rich. I remember I had a client, he was actually Persian, but he used to trade probably hundreds of thousands of shares of Apple through me. I don't know about daily, but I would say weekly, certainly monthly. And the stock was $33, $34 a share, and it went down to 26. If I had built a position in Apple, Netflix, I never really, to this day, I don't understand the appeal, but it works. NVIDIA, that one just happened without me even being aware of it until it was already up. Tesla, I still wonder how it stays up there, and I now get it. It's a bit of a government subsidized thing. I used to think Tesla was about the batteries, because if somebody could invent a way of storing energy that's made from wind or hydropower or solar, that has huge ramifications on our society. But now I particularly after we watched one or two of those videos together, seems to me that his picture or his vision is much, much bigger than that. And it is about data. And it's about learning how to use real-time data. And it's AI and it's data centers. And it might be just much bigger than I ever thought. But I'm not sure I would have built a position in Tesla. But I didn't know about it till it was in the hundreds of dollars a share. I did know, and I studied Bitcoin because of Max Kaiser, under $1, call it $1 a coin. And I decided not to because I didn't understand hard wallets and codes, and I actually thought silver might move first back then. So that was a mistake. And there's other stories out there. I can't come up with them, but that's where I think Railtown is. I think Railtown is the kind of asset that we're going to be in at 40 cents. And when it's $4, these guys will come on to try to shake you out so they can get you in some nightmare concocted story so that you think it's going to squeeze and it starts to run and you have fear of missing out. And then they come in with their collusion and their racketeering and their ability to sell stock that doesn't exist. And they just punish the stock, get cash out of the market, and then they'll call up the companies, whichever one it is, and they'll cross stock. Hey, presto, there's a gigantic gain. There's kickbacks given in cash and jewelry, cars, and whatever, up in New York or down in Boca Raton or in Toronto or in Germany, and no taxes paid. No taxes paid. There's no closing transaction. Are there closing transactions on the companies Mark Bazile got settlements for, HPIL and VNUE? No, the Kramers walked. Are there closing transactions in GTII? No, the Kramers walked. Are there closing transactions in Torchlight's Crush or MMATs or MMTLPs? No, and there probably never will be. So all those gains are sitting there to be plucked without paying taxes. It's lying, but they have the attorneys that'll lie for them. And the money will go offshore. Well, I'm not going to say his name again. He gets paid per post, so I'm not reading them. All right, let me just see if I can pull up these charts to show you. I don't know if they'll be there that quickly. No. So how do I do it? How do I do it? I'll send them to myself. Talking to myself because nobody's home. Dun-dun-dun-dun. That was a great song. Only in America can you turn your stereo on to 10 and blast the songs. You can't do it in Switzerland. I doubt you can do it in the UK. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right. I think I'm missing one, but that's all right. We'll just go with those, and I'll show them to you. I will show them to you. I got you for Tornado. I see what you're saying. I'll do it right now. I'll do it right now. Because he might get paid. He might get paid for how long his posts stay up, too. It's pretty smart on your part. All right, I'm going to see if I can show you these charts and finish the thought. Okay, I hope I have room for them. I hope I do. Oh, now they showed up. It's always that way. If I just waited. If I just waited, it'll say, oh, you sure have a lot of pictures. All right, here we go. I can show these to you now. And this is all by preparation of what we'll be doing in the future. So this is called the doom loop with no exit because all speculative asset bubbles pop. Once the wealth effect reverses, assets get sold off to raise cash. And since only the wealthy can afford to buy them, there are no buyers left. So the valuations crash. It didn't have to be this way, but our leadership chose poorly. Wages as a share of national income has declined for 50 years. So here's that chart. The blue line is the shares of gross domestic income, and the blue line is the compensation expressed in wage and salary. And it's gone down since the 60s, since the 70s. It was 50% of the economy, the GDP. COVID increased it a little bit, I guess by direct disbursement, but we're in this downward trend. And it says here in 2025, wages of 42%. And then, let me see if I can find this one, if it's here. Yeah, it's this one. Federal debt has tripled as a percentage of GDP from the 70s. It's gone from 40% to 120% as synthetic growth, so-called growth, replaces organic growth. And so you see the 80s, financialization begins, Reagan Social Security reform in 1981. Debt as a percentage of GDP was 30%. And you see globalization accelerates just before Bill Clinton left office. And then Q4, 24, debt as a percentage of GDP is 122%, 4 times what it was when Reagan was in office, and double what it was when the crisis happened. So this is our debt growing. The key is just that it's now over 120% of our GDP. And then this is what's held by the rich. Thanks to the policy decision on the wealth effect, using the wealth effect to gin up consumption, wealth inequality has soared. The net worth of the top 10%, 34 million Americans, is twice the net worth of the bottom 90%, 306 million Americans. That doesn't even count the 20 to 40 million of Americans that have, of people that were brought in by the auto pen. So the top 10% own 27 times the net worth of the bottom 50%, which is 170 million. And this is in this chart. In the 90s, this is, the blue line is wealth. And now wealth is up to 60 trillion. It looks like, oh no, that's 2001. maybe this chart doesn't, sorry, I see that. It's up 4 times since 2001. It is 60 trillion now. So the top 1% owns 50 trillion. Swell. The top, so this chart, these numbers on the left don't match up to the chart. I don't quite understand. It says the top 1% owns 50 trillion, 90 to 90% percentile owns 60 trillion. So the top 10% own $100 trillion. The bottom 90% own 50 trillion, and the bottom 50 own 4 trillion. Which is quite amazing. Most of the future expansion of the federal spending and debt will be in programs for older generations and rising interest payments on the ever expanding debt to pay for these programs. So net interest is 21%. Health, 9%, Medicare, 25%, Social Security, 27%, and 19% is other spending, and they don't even put defense in there. So what are you going to cut? Everybody's screaming for the budget, the big, beautiful bill to cut. Where are you going to cut? You can't cut net interest unless you lower interest rates. But Powell hates Trump, so he's not going to do that. Other healthcare spending, that looks like you could cut there. But then the Democrats are saying you're going to lose hospitals, so I guess you can't cut there. Medicare, maybe you could take it away from people that shouldn't be in the country, but then people are saying, well, no, they should have access to health care. And maybe that's true. I don't know. That's a decision. And then Social Security, what are you going to do? Take it away? I mean, Social Security at least has velocity. If wealthy people probably don't spend their Social Security, they probably just put it in the bank. But everybody else spends it, so there's some velocity to that money, and it probably pays for itself. But how do you cut this budget? Federal Reserve policies have far-reaching consequences well beyond interest rates and economics and finance. Given the Fed is a non-democratically elected entity, making policy that is ultimately deciding the winners and losers in our modern society, perhaps it's time for a rethink of the power that's been given to the Fed. Consider what's happened since 2007 when ZIRP, zero interest rates, and QE, quantitative easing, were implemented. Birth the blue lines, U.S. births have declined by 700,000, 0.7 million per year, or 16%, or 12 million fewer births than the census projected in 2007, with the delta only continuing to grow. U.S. female childbearing population, the red line, has gone up 11%. And the 65-plus-year-old population, the white line, has increased by 27 million, or 72%. Think of who the economic and financial policies implemented since 2007 favor. They favor the elderly, institutions holding the bulk of the assets, and then think who they punish. Young adults with little or no assets to shield them. young adults have made the logical choice to have fewer or to avoid having children altogether. Unless something dramatically changes, the data suggests births and families will continue moving significantly lower, and the future of the U.S. working class is deteriorating. And you can see the title of this, The Demographic Undoing of America. You can see where he's drawn the dotted line. 2007 was also the interest rate driven explosion in student loan debt and consumer debt, vehicles, credit cards, which allowed a flat consumer population to continue consuming. This is the one. This is the one chart I don't have. Yeah, this chart I don't have, so let me get that to you. Yeah, I don't have this one. Too bad. Okay, so I cancel this and I go here and is that the one? Yeah. Okay. That sounds good. Now I come back here. I go here. I'm going to lose some of your comments by doing this, but I already read your comments mostly. Go here, and I do this. There we go. Okay, we're almost done. All right, so note how debt serviced by younger generations exploded higher. That's the blue, that's the red, the light red. Notice how debt serviced by younger generations exploded higher from 2008, while the population and workforce only made marginal gains. So you can see the dark red is credit card debt. The light red is student loans. The sort of fading red is car loans. But the employees age 15 to 54, that line's essentially been flat. 50 to 54-year-old population has also been flat. GDP minus federal debt was positive. GDP minus federal debt was positive until 2008, 2009. And since has crashed deeply into negative territory. It's called eating our seed corn, spending money borrowed from future productivity and borrowed from future generations in order to fund unsustainable consumption today. This will end in tears. And you can see it here. Our debt was less than 100% of our GDP up until Ben Bernanke. Well, George W. Bush, too. Remember, George W. Bush inherited a surplus, and he decided that it's our nation's money, so he put in the biggest tax cut ever to give the money back to people. And then he started a war with 7 nations. He didn't get it all finished. But his tax cuts and his wars, which accomplished nothing, really set the financial crisis in motion. His lack of ability too. And then the bailout. And so when we got to the last term of Obama, and then I guess you would say Trump, but it looks like the real red to the negative was under Biden. It's just what happened. And, you know, we now are, as he's saying here, eating our seed corn. Regardless of assurances that this bubble will never pop, all bubbles pop. All bubbles pop. And they do so with remarkable symmetry. And they return to their starting point. How many of the stocks that we've bought over the last 3 years have done something like this? I think every single one of them has. Railtown's not going to do it. And I would like you, I don't know that Railtown's going to do this straight up action like that. I hope not. But I think it's going to have the upward action, and then it's going to be bought out, much like Northwest Bio probably will be. But all these short squeeze plays do this exact thing. They're all bubbles that pop. And these guys that come on here want you chasing it because they don't risk their own money. They never risk their own money. And they want it chasing so the computers go up. Then they can do the toxic, almost guaranteed financing, particularly since they're colluding and selling. And then they drive it down on the other side. I'm sure you could look at charts, GME, AMC, Vocal, GTII. They're going to all look like this. So either way, we lose. If the Federal Reserve manages to keep the everything bubble inflated, we decimate the nation's younger generations, fatally destabilizing our society. If the bubble finally pops, all the phantom wealth that has been propping up consumption goes to money heaven, gone for good. We will collectively bear the burdens of catastrophically short-sighted, self-serving policies from 2009. That's Obama, we have to face it, through 2025, primarily Obama and Biden, which probably was Obama, for decades to come. Beneath the easily gained statistical veneer, our economy and society have been hollowed out to the benefit of the few at the expense of the many. These are real world problems, not monetary problems. Playing around with money doesn't make the problem go away. Stable coins, universal basic income, crappy modern monetary theory are all disconnected from the real world. What ultimately matters is resources extracted. That's why I'm telling you, mining, oil and gas, resources extracted. Oil and gas and mining shares, farming even, productivity, working, and efficiency. And that's where I think AI also comes in. And how the gains and losses of these real world factors are distributed. Money in all of its manifestations is simply the unit used to initiate the distribution. Anyway, that's his article. His name is Charles Hugh Smith. The title of the article is The No-Win Bubble wealth effect. Either way, we lose. Sounds like a song by Average White Band. No, it sounds like a song by Any Way I Look, I Lose. I can't remember the song or the band. Are you talking about me, that I'm a doppelganger for Biden? That, my friend, would be something. Unfortunately, I donated to Biden when I was younger. So maybe you're right. I don't know. I don't think you're right, but who knows? You're entitled to your opinion. But no, I don't think this gentleman was telling a truth. Seems this mom's basement sitting world is good, everyone is nice libtard has been brainwashed to a place of no return. Me? My I don't think it's worth commenting. This father mugger doesn't know the real world, yet preaching all his inaccurate ideas and stories about race and religion. You know what, Ken? Thank you for you can rid yourself and lead. So you're asking me to kill myself? Ken, you're really consumed with evil. So much guilt with I don't express guilt with the Caucasian race. I don't express guilt, but that doesn't mean that what the Zionists are doing, Christian, non-believing, and Jewish Zionists are doing, European colonialist experiment in the British Mandate, which is Palestine. That's not guilt. I don't have guilt. I'm just telling you what you're doing. So you know what, Ken? Since you're asking me to kill myself, I think I will take you off. All right. Well, this shill wants me to talk about logic again. The funny thing is, talking about logic actually shows the strength of Railtown. I met the story, it was called Whalen, something like that, through a friend of mine up in New York City who I had met through my efforts to raise a considerable amount of money for a gold and iron company a few years back. And he's got a lot of good connections, and he's got a lot of experience in the small cap space. So I started trading way before it was called Logic. This company, it was Whalen, or I forget the symbol, and I bought some. And then it just went down. I want to say I bought it at $12, but maybe I'm wrong. Might have been higher. and it went down, and I think I sold it at 6 or 7. And then time went by, and I was in New York. We discussed it again. I met with Brent Sun, who's the CEO. I thought, wow, this is interesting. They've really put something together here. So I went and bought some stuff in Logic, and I got a distribution called Lavero, 1-for-1. I'm going to say it's about 3 Decembers ago, but I got a distribution 1-for-1 of Lavero, and I thought, wow, that's a pretty good deal. And then Lavero started trading, and that became, they changed the name of that to Go Logic. And the idea was basically to distribute the, being very simplistic, the Southeast Asian assets into Lavero, Go Logic, and keep the North American assets in Logic. I mean, I'm being very broad in what was the strategy. So Brent went to the Neo exchange. I think it was 4 so-called, bankers or investment banks, people that source capital. And he raised money at $3 a share. I think that may have been Canadian. And of course, once the money's raised in some toxic format, they just short it and short it and short it. It's the same dynamic always. There's no natural buying. Anything the company's going to do has to be pre-announced. That's the law. So that gives times for the shorts to crush the price. So the deals fall apart. If it's a contract, the value of the contract on a per share basis is destroyed because they lower the price. So when the money's raised, and they're usually the ones crossing it through these quasi investment banks, the money raised on a per share basis, not the money raised, the contract on a per share basis is meaningless in terms of increased value. So they drove the stock down from $3 to something like 60 cents, and maybe lower, maybe a little higher, doing it all from memory. So then Brent signed up Ionic Ventures. And Ionic Ventures, I think, did a deal in the 70 cents, maybe it was the dollar range. And it was toxic as hell. I should disclose their attorney notified me that Ionic not only does not short Logic, it doesn't short any shares. So I guess he or she would have just, it's definitional. With lawyers, it's always definitional. What is shorting? But there's no question that Ionic uses computers to sell stock that doesn't exist all day long and then buying it back. They go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And if they're caught at the end of the day short, their business is so good that the prime broker allows it to happen. So Ionic drove the stock down. Ionically, it was a disaster. Nobody should take money from Ionic. Nobody. No CEO should. But that drove Logic down. So he got destroyed apparently with Whalen by toxic financing. He got destroyed by Neo and toxic financing. And then he got destroyed by Ionic and toxic financing. So he got back to work, and I don't think he picked Aubrey, but maybe he did because he was in charge. So since he was CEO, you have to give him the responsibility. He collected the salaries and et cetera. So he's got to be responsible. The buck stops at the CEO's desk. So what they did is they took the Go logic, kept that separate, and the logic was separate. They then decided to divide logic into essentially a shell with some assets and changed the engine such that it was in, because it ended up getting thrown away. I think it was all a setup, but they put that into a thing called data logic. So they hired Aubrey advisors who work with the criminals. Aubrey advisors created a SPAC, sponsored a SPAC. Aubrey advisors, let's screw the public, SPAC number 3. Whatever it was called. And they kept that price at $10 to $12, $11 for a year and a half. And they got outside confirmation of the value of data logic and its revenue. And it's very interesting. This is going to be spun off as data logic. And so it comes time to spin it off. And the stock actually opened at something like $42. Well, the shills and the crooks and the non-lying attorneys and the lying attorneys and they have to protect their short position. So they call in to NASDAQ or FINRA, one or the other or both, and say, hey, wait a minute, Data Logic doesn't have enough shareholders. And so they stop trading. You don't think when Chadron Advisors brags that they've done over 100 SPAC transactions, that somebody couldn't have thought ahead and said, let's inform FINRA or NASDAQ that there'll be a short 12-hour window where there won't be enough shares as we de-SPAC and file the paperwork. But instead, they didn't do that. They called in my judgment, to stop the trading. Well, that was Wednesday. Friday, the stock starts trading at 11 or some teen level. And over the next weeks, it proceeded to go to 1. And I fought it. I with group emails, with phone calls, texts, I fought it, but it was the response was to isolate me. And one of the guys actually sort of did a tattletale email on me that couldn't rely on what I was saying because I was associated with Ham, and then he went off on Ham, and I didn't read the whole thing. But all I can say is my analysis of what was going on predicted. I said the stock's going to go to a penny. In anger, I said that. I think in a more reasoned state, I said it'll go to $1. That was what became Collective Audience. And so Collective Audience brought in this guy, Peter Boards. And Peter Boards has a hell of a resume. And he, for some reason, brought 2 of the Aubrey Advisors people onto the board and the Chadron people. I said, they're the ones that are going to tell you to reverse split. They're the one, you're bringing the. I've since heard that maybe he was part of it. I don't have there's never any proof of anything. But now Aubrey Advisors owns something like 90% of Data Logic, which is just out in the open theft. So Data Logic, which is now Collective Audience, doesn't trade. And they brought all these board members on and revenue. Look, Aubrey set up to steal 200 million out of the market cap, and of both companies, in my judgment. Well, that left for a while. The other thing that Aubrey and Chadron did, they delayed answering any questions from the SEC. They were slow, apparently, third-party information, in answering questions. So that before the spinoff of the SPAC, the company needed money to stay current in its filings, and it looked like the deal wasn't even going to happen. That would have been a blessing. So Aubrey and Chadron raised money. They raised $5 million. Now, they raised the $5 million, and they gave $2.5 million to the lawyers, and they gave $2.5 million to the financiers. Now, they're both $100 billion organizations, or in touch with that kind of money. You don't think they could have raised $6 million or $7 million instead of $5 million, so that Logic could have had $500,000 and Collective Audience could have come out of the gate with $1 million or $1.5 million? They didn't do that. They, on purpose, allowed Collective Audience to come out with no money, desperate, and they allowed Logic to have no money. They paid their buddies first. And I was fighting this, and live, when I saw the deal with Aubrey, I lost my cool. But this guy's here blaming me. This shill here is blaming me for what his friends did. Well, then Logic, I went back up. I was grateful. I met Brent in New York again. And the guy, he's the Amex guy that I think's pretty honest, but he thinks systems are in place. He totally was convinced that the shares outstanding on Logic would go from around 120 million down to 85, 90 million. Instead, they went to 300 million, roughly, because the company needed to raise money. Just because Aubrey advisors left them without anything, and Chadron advisors. Well, then at 300 million, when you start dividing everything out that they can try to do, it's less per share. So when the Collective Audience, the Data Logic de-SPAC occurred, it was a disaster, self-created by Aubrey advisors and Chadron, or the lawyers, the attorneys. Someone in their orbit did that on purpose. All this is in my opinion, but the evidence is there. The action in the market. So when that disaster happened, it was all hands on deck to rescue Collective Audience, including Brent and his team. But everybody was focused on that. That happened in about November. Come January, February, Logic had to raise money, which it did, in order to stay current in its filings and redo the annual report and the quarterlies. So they did that, and I don't think any more shares were issued per se. And then Logic announced over the next few months their strategy of a roll-up of bringing in 8 companies approximately, maybe more, into Logic to create $1 billion juggernaut. Well, you guys set to work because they have to announce it. The SEC requires the CEOs to announce their plans. You guys, you can racketeer, short, destroy stocks, and the SEC doesn't care. So you guys started selling it down. Well, what this does in the first instance is if Brent is negotiating with the teams at 3 or 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 private companies with revenues and exciting growth, they first are looking at a stock at 50 cents a share. I'm making it up, or 60 cents maybe. And Brent makes his negotiate to, oh, that looks good. But then you sell stock that doesn't exist. The stock goes to 20 cents. And all of a sudden, well, you know, we were willing to do that in return for 25 million shares, but now we want 100 million shares. Well, then the deal doesn't get done. So it has a double benefit to you. The deals don't happen. So all the people long Logic get disgusted and they sell, lowering the price. But the other thing that happens is as you're selling, you're building up cash, but as it comes down, you can then cover and collect that cash. Or you don't close out your positions. You keep hammering on Logic as people leave, and and that's where Logic is now. There's no bid. You never have to cover. You can start taking your money out of your prime broker, and you don't pay taxes. And then you come on here and you ridicule me. I'm not part of your scheme. I didn't know what you were going to do. But I do now, and I assume it in every situation now. Every situation. A lot of people here don't assume it. They figure they can beat you. I know we can't beat you. There's no way to beat you. None. You're as corrupt as a $3 bill. And you're as heartless as a Nazi. And you're as cruel as one of those robots out of Terminator. You don't care. You simply do not care. And now you're here trying to make people distrust me, which is fine. They can distrust me and they can certainly say, you know, why the hell did you recommend Logic, which I think is fair enough. But I also think I did my best to, in due diligence, in knowing the situation. But I never knew that Brent would be so foolish in Logic to then double the amount of shares to 750 million and do one deal with one company, which was created at the same time as the SPAC. And he actually believed the lies. That's 4 times in a row he believes the lies from Wall Street. From you. 4 times in a row. And what happens, now this is a good thing for Railtown and why you're screwed. You're just screwed. But that's all right. You're making, as long as you can get these people to continue to try to make monies in these stocks, you're going to make it all back because you've got a strategy and you have a cool nickname and you're proud of your prowess in bed and your your fleet of cars. Good on you. It's not going to last forever. So when you have Logic as a shell and it has 300 million shares, and you're going to bring in 8 companies worth $1 billion, $300 million shares, which was supposed to be under 100 million. But anyway, so you have 8 companies coming in worth $1 billion. If instead of calling it 8 companies, if you just called it one company at $1 billion, and the original target was 85-15%, I think that ended up being lowered. I think it went down to as low as 8%. But let's just stick with this as the example. You would have, I mean, it's pretty easy. You'd have 150 million. No, it's not easy for me. Yeah, no, it is. It's 150 million of the 1 billion would go to the company shareholders. That'd be worth That'd be worth 50 cents a share. 50 cents a share if it were one company. Now, what you guys do, and you all collude, if it's 8 companies, the job is if it's 8 companies, the job Brent has is to negotiate with all 8 at the same time to get them to come in with a price that's announced at the same time, 85.15, like I just said, worth 50 cents. And ignore what you guys do to the stock price. But the CEOs always look at the stock price, and that's what you know. That's your secret. As you drive the price down, these guys say, look, we'll take 85% of the company when it's 25 cents. But by the time they announce it because they're required to by the SEC. By the time they do it in the negotiations over the several months, you've got the stock price down to 4 cents by breaking securities laws and lying and cheating. And so then those 8 companies go, well, wait a minute. We were willing to do this. Your stock was 25 cents, but now it's under a nickel. This doesn't. But that's the mistake. Everybody looks at the stock market and sees the price of the shares, and they think that's a valid price. It's not, because you are crooks. But it works. It works every single time. So then the companies, when they merge, they're all private companies. They're going to need some cash. So they are going to have to raise money. And it goes through one of your buddies, like the Kramers or the Eastons or the Rubensteins or the Toad up there. Forget his name right now. Kassam. The Kassams. And then you dilute it all to hell. So it's not 300 million shares. It's much more. But here's the situation. If it's one company, you can work with the 300 million shares. If it's 8 and Brent had done his job properly, he could have negotiated. It's hard though. I have sympathy for him because you are destroying the stock price. But if he could get the 8 in as if they were 1 and ignore your destruction, see the vision, he could do it with 300 million shares. But what he chose to do instead, he made a small deal with one company we'll ignore, very small. I'm not even sure it went into effect. But what he decided to, instead of working with 8, he decided to work with one company that had 100 million in revenue. Supposedly, you can look at the website, it's crap. The guy comes from Israel, obviously. The bankers are mostly from Israel, except they live in Switzerland, and one of them's Iranian, but he's probably, anyway, doesn't matter. You're going to say, oh, that's anti-Semitic. It's not. It's a warning sign. That's all it is. If you get emails from Nigeria suggesting that if you send money to the prince, he'll be able to get his money out of Hawk and he'll send you 100 grand, and it's all a scam. Every time you get a message from Nigeria, you start looking at the warning signs. That's all I'm saying. And it is true in these cases. Show me a case that it's not Jewish guys doing this. It's always Jewish guys, Jewish lawyer, Jewish financier, Jewish banker. They all come in together. Why, I don't know. It's just a warning sign. It's one warning sign. It's not the only one. But Brent doesn't see, oh, well, he's from, one guy's from Iran. They live in Switzerland. Those are warning signs. They're international. They live abroad. They have international accounts. They're about to slaughter you. But Brent is clueless. I don't know what it is. He's so smart at building the company and working hard, and he's honest. He is honest. But then it's like as soon as someone says, attaboy, good job, he's like, oh, you would? Great. Where do I sign? So anyway, he dealt with one company that was worth 100 million, not $1 billion. Well, guess what? That guy said he dragged out the negotiations. All of a sudden, Logic is into the next quarter. They need money for reporting. So he said, you know what? We'll give you money. But you know what? We'll do it in return. We want control. We want exclusivity, and we want enough shares. That he increased the shares to 750 million. So already the $1 billion at 50 cents has gone down to under 25 cents. But then it's not $1 billion, it's 100 million. And then the guy, his company was started at the same time as the SPAC. There's crap there. But everyone, Brent believes, oh, it's going to be great. They're going to put it together. But what happens when this guy comes in to be into the Logic shell, he claims the 85%. Or it's worse. Well, now what happens, even if you believe him that he's going to merge in the other companies, let's just say instead of 8, there's one more company worth 900 million. They're going to come in and ask for 85%, except it's not available anymore and control's not available anymore. But they're going to ask for 85%. And the guy here in the first case is going to carve out enough that he doesn't lose his ownership. But so that leaves us with 0.15 of 0.15, and now we only have 2% of the company, and probably less because the first guy, so you add one company for 900, you've already distributed, so the next one destroys it for the original Logic shareholders, which is where your short position is. This is stupidity. But that's what Brent did. I don't know what motivated him. It's just blindingly stupid. So here's the thing. You're here to make fun of me for Logic. I did not know, and maybe Brent didn't know, that Aubrey Advisors was corrupt or Chadron was corrupt. Did not know it. I did not know that the attorneys they worked with were corrupt. Did not know it. Did not know, possibly, I don't know it, but the people that came in with collective audience were pre-selected to be corrupt because now Aubrey owns 90%. I didn't know that. There's no way to screen for your corruption. I didn't fully understand that Brent has some sort of deep, I don't know, Freudian or you know, something a shrink has to figure out, that he can work hard and get screwed over and over again, and he still trusts and gets screwed again. And by the way, he is and was, up until recently anyway, the CEO of Nixie, and that was going to be the Go Logic. Go Logic was splitting in two, and the heart of Go Logic was going into Recruiter.com, and then Recruiter.com came into Nixie, and it wasn't. They left those items behind, and then that guy that ran Recruiter.com got shares of Nixie, sold all of his shares of Nixie, and now I don't think Brent's running it. They have a new CEO named Schmidt, but you've got the auditor stepping aside, and I don't know. I don't have enough information flow now on Nixie. I used to get information from people if I met them or whatever, but it just to me it's risk. It might work, but it's just a lot of risk. So anyway, the interesting thing when you bring this up to try to make people distrust my emphasis on Railtown is you give me an opportunity to explain why the people behind Railtown are both extremely experienced in AI and in technology. And they created this AI to solve a problem that they themselves experienced over 30 and 40 years in the software development business. So they know that they're fulfilling a need and they know how to fix it. But in addition to that, these guys have years of experience in finance and in putting companies together and selling them. They know, and I'm going to make sure that I put an email out. Now that we have 5 million, I'm going to send an email. I'll probably do it tonight or first thing in the morning. Not to do business with you all. Ever. Not to do business with you all ever. But they won't. They don't need to. So here's the thing. Railtown Railtown right now has 5 products. 4 are on their website. I don't know if I have that still here. Yeah, here's the 4. Conductor, which is the granddaddy, Rail Tracks, Lang Tracks, and SREDR. You see how they're labeled? R companies. They've put them each in a separate company. Conductor's the mama. And then down here you see that they're partnered with Microsoft, NVIDIA, and AMD. But there's those 4 companies. You see that. 4 products. And they just recently announced 2 revenue deals, tie-ups, although they didn't say how much revenue was involved. One was with with a company that has the London Stock Exchange. They have an agent, an AI agent, that does all the paperwork for ESG compliance. And this is not the London Stock Exchange is just the start. And then the second one, I can't quite remember the field they were in, but you can look at it on the news stories. So they already have 2 companies they're adding to Railtown because I think of Conductor. I think it's the Conductor that draws them. So they're going to have revenue. These are already commercial. They've already gone through R&D. My guess is they're already receiving revenue in some cases. And they were selling their products. And before this, they were marketing their products, seeking licensing arrangements, revenue arrangements from a year ago. And then in November, they ran into AI Partners Corp, AIP, which has 163 AI companies in its network. AIP was established by guys, at least in part, who were the architects of Constellation Software. Constellation Software started with the concept, why don't we roll up mature software companies, leave those software companies in the hands of their mom and pop originators, and I'm guessing they did revenue deals. We'll find out how it works. And over the years, they've rolled up thousands of these companies. They've gone from $1. The first few years, they were learning how to do it. But from about 2013 to today, they took something like $1, $6 a share, up to 5,000 Canadian by rolling up mature software companies. Well, those guys, at least in part, are behind AIP Partners Network. They're also the guys who were president and CEO of OMERS, That's the Ontario Municipal Employees Retirement System. And one of the gentlemen created a sub set called Omer's Ventures. He founded it. He's here as a founder of AI Partners. So they screened something like 40, many more than that, but they invested in 40 technology companies. They know what they're doing. The whole goal of AIP is to roll up the best of these network companies. Now, AIP's been around for a while, but in November, Railtown at one of the conferences ran into these guys and they joined the network. That's great, because the whole idea is that Railtown could cross-sell their platform, particularly Conductor, but all of their platforms across 163 AI companies and their customers. Brilliant. So that was announced in November, and that made Railtown a really exciting story. And then, of course, the holidays come and the new year. And I really thought Railtown would be up with this news. But it turns out in February, Railtown announced that they're going to buy AI Partners. So what was a good story turned into an absolutely out of this world fantastic story. It got huge overnight. It blew up. But it goes into a restricted period. From February 11th, it's restricted. But remember the model. Remember the model that Logic so disastrously followed? Well, I'm not going to do 80-20. Let's just use 90-10. 90% of your revenue. By the way, the AI Partnerships Network in February was annualizing at $400 million in revenue. So they're going to take 10% of these 160 companies, do 90% of the revenue. It's a law of large numbers. May or may not be true. But if they do approximately 10% or fewer, but let's say, I don't know what the number is, but this is what I think's happening. 10% of these companies, maybe they're going to lock up 15 companies doing, let's call it 300 million. But let's say that they're using the model, whatever it is, that they did with Constellation Software, so they don't issue a lot of stock, but maybe it's some sort of revenue sharing thing. We'll find out. So let's say instead of 90% of the revenue, let's say Railtown, out of those 15 companies, let's say gross, it's, the companies they're acquiring are doing 300 million. Remember, I did 90-10, so 90% of 400 million is much higher than 300 million. But let's say they split that on some sort of revenue share basis, and let's say they split it in half, 50-50. The key thing is to understand, from your standpoint, as you try to ridicule me with Logic and make these guys distrust me. Logic is one of these companies, like all these other companies, trying to put together this, we're going to acquire that, we'll get some AI here, we'll bring in some talent, we have deal flow, and they're all susceptible to your criminal reindeer games. Railtown was founded by two guys, well, more than that, but two main guys, who built software companies before. They're almost as old as I am. And not quite, who is? But they got started early developing these AI products. They wanted to be early because they wanted the computing power to expand quantum, and the data centers ready to go so they could handle AI 2.0. And we're in the beginning innings of, we're not even, I think we're in the, the batting warm up of AI 2.0. So if we assume that now that Railtown is buying AIP partners and they're taking over the mandate to roll up these companies, I don't think Railtown's going to make the mistake Brent did by doing one deal, because then you guys have your strength. I think, I don't know, but I'm using 90-10. Maybe they're negotiating with 15 of these companies, and maybe it'll be 50-50, so there'll be 150 million in revenue that they're absorbing. Now, a couple of things happen. You immediately know these guys are professional and they're not going to fall into your trap. Regardless of whether I thought logic was going to work in the past, that has no relationship to what Railtown does. None. I've never even met Railtown. And you know what? That might be an advantage here. I met Brent. I liked him. I trusted him. That might have been a disadvantage. I don't know. So it shows you these guys are pros and they're not going to get sucked in with you. Number two, what does it show? It shows that the company doesn't need money because they're going to come out of the gate with revenue. And if you're short, I would be scared of that. The third thing it shows is probably they don't, if they're using the same model as Constellation Software, which only has 20 million shares outstanding, they never expand it. If they're using that similar model that, frankly, I don't know, that's their secret sauce, I'm sure. They're not going to expand the share base here, not by much. So your dilutive crap isn't going to work. Railtown isn't logic, and you're calling attention to that like you're proud of it. Railtown is not logic. It doesn't have a CEO like Brent who needs to get an attaboy and just give away everything, bend over and be screwed at the last minute. I can't explain the psychology of that. I have my own psychologies that, I am. I'm not, never married. There must be something. So I'm not judging people. I'm just saying human beings have their strengths and weaknesses. Oftentimes the strengths are their weakness. So what I think the reason why this merger that was announced February 11th is taking longer than I expected, they're locking up these companies. They're not going to make the mistake that allowed you to destroy logic by only doing one company and then hoping to do the rest. I bet, I've no way of knowing, but I bet they come out of the gate with 10 or 15 companies locked up. They come out with revenue. And you're gonna get burned so badly, boy. You come on here, you make fun of me. people are going to laugh at you because it's all you have left. So let me just take that one more step, just to show you how much trouble you're in. And I really hope you're not short Railtown. I really do hope. I don't want it to be a short squeeze story. I'm sick of short squeeze stories. But if they take over 300 million, 400 million in revenue, and they keep half, 150 million. And remember, it just has to be projected. It doesn't have to be current now in the AI space. And these startup, early stage is a better word. I mean, Railtown isn't really early stage, it's 6 years. But in terms of commercialization, it's early stage. Those multiples being paid to acquire now, what should frighten you out of your skin, is 100 to 150 times revenue. 100 to 150 times revenue. But we'll use, I try to give as much supporting evidence as I can. These are 91 AI merger and acquisition deals completed through the end of last year for approximately 6 years. The high multiple was 55 times revenue. The low was 12 times revenue. And the midpoint is 25 times revenue. The average, 25 times revenue. The low is 12. So there's a research report here, which I may have misplaced, but I've shown it so many times. Here it is. This research came out last year with a target of $2. And it has nothing to do with AIP. That's long before that. Why would after out of 160 some companies that these guys from Omers and Constellation Software, why would they agree to be acquired by Railtown instead of one of the other companies? I can only think of two reasons: personnel, access to capital, and a third reason is Conductor. Conductor is that good. They want to hitch their wagon to Conductor. So anyway, in this research report, when they're doing their valuation target, here, let me highlight it so you can see it. This will be all the reading. This will be all the reading you do this week. But you can see right here that this analyst a year ago used a enterprise value multiple of 12x. Well, I've just told you to revenue. I just told you it's as high as 150x now. Let's just use 12x. So if they get this acquisition done, and these companies are doing 400 million, which means they could project to Wall Street that their model of rolling up could claim that entire 400 million and its growth. But I don't know their model, so 50-50, maybe it would be 200 million in that case. I'm using 150 million times 12. So that gives a value of $1.8 billion. Now, this analyst here also used, I'll give you a little more reading for this week, Wolfie. I know it's hard for you to be able to focus, get your mind off of TikTok and pornography. Yeah, if you look just under here, they use a 20% dilution factor. So they go to 170 million shares outstanding. Currently, it's something like 139 million, but it'll be more. So let's say it's 170 million shares. Remember, these revenue numbers do not have to happen. They just have to be projected with a reasonable degree of certainty. AI now, they're going to bring forward the good news, and that's what's going to hurt you. So you can keep trying to bring up logic. It's very tiring. But I don't know what kind of due diligence protects against stupidity. I really don't. Or your corruption. Because part of what the guys at Logic did is understandable. They trusted Aubrey advisors. They trusted the attorneys. They trusted Chadron. Little did they know there's snakes in the grass who work with you. All right, so that calculation gives $10.50 a share as a target. But remember, I used 12x. The average in the past was 25, so that would be $20 a share. Imagine if the value is 100x. Well, you can figure that out. You can figure that out. And take it in between. Call it 120x. You got $100 a share. That's what you're looking at, Wall Street. So you're trying to get people to think that because I recommended Logic, and which is my largest position, it's worthless, that somehow that makes Railtown a bad investment. Well, the thing is, Railtown doesn't need me. Railtown doesn't speak to me. They don't pay me. I am not under contract. Railtown's going up without me. So I think your attempt to mislead isn't going to work. I hope not. But there, I've given you my explanation why Logic happened the way it did, and I'm telling you, your calling it out points the difference out. These Railtown guys are professional. They know how to create value. They're not going to come out of their quiet period just so they have news without making sure everything's locked down tight so that when you assault it, the bullets turn around and hit you. They bounce off their shields. And they're going to make sure that they come out of the gate, in my opinion, with massive revenue projections, massive growth projections, massive revenue deals, even outside of these 160 companies. And it's not going to matter what Logic, the stupidity and the cheating. it's not all stupidity. A lot of it was your criminality at Logic and Collective Audience and Vocal and CRTD and Torchlight and MMAT and MULN and MLSS, and it just is endless. But, you know, your broken record isn't going to work here because it has nothing to do with it. This stock is, I think, is going to be New York Stock Exchange. Maybe they have something else in mind, but and it's going to be $50 a share. I'm not saying right away, but I think it's going to be $50 a share. And everybody that's invested in it can get away from you. And if I were anybody listening here, that's what I'd want to do, is get away as quickly as I could from all these endless stories. Hey, look at Wolf. Hey, look at GME's up $1. Hey, look at it's all just to get you moving money and get you gotta act so they can, guys like this asshole can steal your money. All right, so Railtown is now bidding $43.97 for 10,000 shares, and you know behind that is a bigger bid. They're just hiding it from you. The ask is 44, and for some reason, it just won't punch through 44, but it might by the end of the day. And then this guy can talk about Logic all he wants. This is how many shares we have. 5.1 million shares, 3.6% of the company, and there's 100 of you out there. And I'm sure Wall Street Wolfie will provide his name and phone number and email so you can be in touch with him, so you can keep up to date with his most current thinking and due diligence on RLAIF. What's this? I've never talked about DWAC. I've never talked about fun. I've never talked about rum. I don't even know what they are. DJT, I traded 1 or 2 calls and I made $800, but or $1,800. But I know Ham's talked about DJT, but you know, I've speculated that maybe Musk would buy Truth Social, but I think there is no question of that ever happening now. I've pointed out that I don't know what in an age where Musk has made Twitter truly an open common square, I don't really see the benefit of Truth Social. I've made that clear too. I've never focused on the short position in it, never focused on the that it's going to squeeze. But when it was trading, we all talked about it. I talked about if it broke through this number on the chart, it could go higher. But if it didn't, it's going to pull back. Now, you can't get me. You can't get me into any of those, Wall Street. So here's another thing Wall Street Wolfie's trying to tie me to is predictions on anything. And I'm not sure he said it, but Yogi Berra might have said it. The tough thing about predictions is, you're trying to predict the future. And I can only predict one thing for sure, Wolfie, is what you come on to do. You're here for fear, uncertainty, and doubt. And you know with your friends that if you short enough stocks over and you apply your trade, criminal trade, over hundreds of stocks, you're going to come out ahead. Every now and then one's going to pop up. But if you keep at it, even that one, you can make your money back. So that's the only thing that I think is certain with these shitty stocks. And I'm hoping people get away from them for the rest, get away from you. Because you know what you stink of? Evil. You stink of losing money. But no, this careful on predictions. I'm careful with predictions. I'm careful to say why I try to give the information. I try to give the comps, but I also am very careful in saying that my prediction right now is Railtown's going to I'll say $5. $5. That's my prediction. The rest of it is what lies ahead, and we'll get more comfortable with that as news is released. But you know what you should be careful with? Railtown's not a stock you're going to be able to destroy. That's what you should be careful with. I mean, not for nothing. You're not going to listen to me. But you're such a cowardly, scummy guy anyway. You should turn on your buddies and you should cover your position in Railtown before you're caught out. Cover and fly away for a month. Just go dark for a month, because you and your buddies are not going to be able to destroy Railtown. And it's not about the gamemanship. It's not about, you're going to still try it all. What it's about is the perfect storm. Railtown, the guys behind Railtown spent the last 6 years building, and as he puts it, battle testing AI agents who self-learn and are proprietary and are first movers and can absorb the powerful amount of data that's coming through quantum computing in the data centers. And in his terms, have low barrier of entry in terms of developers can use all the languages and all the talking, they can even speak to it, and these products handle it. And he says that in his estimation, his market, Railtown, not AI partners, Railtown all by itself, in the AI side, his target market's $300 billion. $300 billion. Well, I'll tell you what, if he gets 1% of that, hell, while we're speculating, what if he got 10% of that? 30 billion in revenue. 30 billion in revenue. Times 100? I mean, I really think Wall Street, rather than being here and trying to create FUD with your same tired strategies, and I admit that out of 12 companies that you were involved in, from all of these, the reason you're here is because guys are trying to make money, guys and girls. And there are some people saying, hey, here's a stock that might work. As soon as it's up, the advantage you have is the SEC requires the CEOs to tell their game plan out loud before they conclude the deal. So that's where you come in with your fake bankers and your fake attorneys and your fake market makers and your fake money. You come in and you drive the price down on the shares. So anything they announce, anything that's good, either busts up or on a per share basis has no effect. And that's how you win. And the other way you win is destroying, and you're doing it early in Railtown. That's what's surprising me. You normally benefit by stocks going up so you can short them. And it's really intriguing to me because it sounds like you're short on Railtown. I don't know if I showed you, Wolfie, what a great name. Makes you sound like such a good guy. Call yourself Wolfie. It makes you almost cuddly. It makes you almost cuddly. It makes you almost the kind of guy people want to trust. This is the latest short report on Railtown. You see the yellow? That's the squeeze price. You see over next to it to the left, the total shares that have violated reg show, maybe they're all short, 40 million shares, 40 million shares, 40 million shares, Wolfie. I hope that the explanation for that is that it's an arbitrage between the Canadian price, the US price, the Canadian dollar, and the US dollar. I hope there's not a short squeeze. But you know what? If I were in your shoes, I'd be the first one to cover. Because as they say in that movie, Jeremy Irons, there's three things you can be: smarter than everyone else. And we know you're not smarter than everyone else. You can work harder, and we know you don't work hard. You can cheat, and we know you do that. You cheat. It's just that your cheating's not going to work here. Or you can be first. I think you should be first. Start covering. Start covering. But you do what you want. You can come on. And by the way, obviously, any prediction is a prediction. It's not a promise. I say that all the time, and I mean it. But I think Railtown, you have the perfect storm of the macro AI 2.0. I just read to you. They did the last round of OpenAI at 30 billion value. They did the last round of Anthropic AI at 60 billion valuation. They did XAI at 80 billion valuation. Right now, Railtown is sitting at a market cap of 51 million. To get 10x, it goes to 500 million. I can't even comprehend if it went to 60, 80, or 300 billion. But you just stay in there trying to create FUD. I'm trying to get everybody out of your FUDster. I thought when I started this that it was simply about enforcing the rules. But some of the rules have been designed, particularly by Bill Clinton, to help do what you do. But you own the regulators, you own the brokerage firms, you own the attorneys, you own Congress. Probably not you. You're way down on the food chain. You're just a thug in one of the families of New York. But through the power of that family, all the way up to Goldman, all the way up to Citadel, all the way up to SAC, all the way up to the Toad, you have a lot of power on this market. It's all going to catch you out at some point. But hopefully, maybe you'll be rich. I don't wish you will. I just don't wish to ever think about you again. And I hope all these people, I really hope Railtown's the one. It looks like for 100 people, maybe there's more people here than I know. But out of the thousands that have listened and tried to fight you, I'm one who's saying no mas. I have no desire to fight a scumbag. Because I don't think the way you do. I don't cheat the way you do. I don't want to spend another minute with you. So to me, Railtown going 10x, which is taking it from a market cap of 50 million to 500 million. I think I don't even think it's going to stop there. This company is worth a lot of money, and that's the mistake you made, Wolfie. But good luck with your trade, and hey, thanks for pointing out that logic didn't work, collective audience didn't work. I did my best to fight the guys there, but the criminals won. I think the criminals may have purchased the board, possibly the CEO, I don't know. They certainly have purchased the over-the-counter people, and they've purchased NASDAQ, and they controlled the board and the decision-making. And I believe Brent fought against Aubrey. So I don't think any story is just one facet. Human beings are complicated. If I had to do a post-mortem on Brent, it wouldn't be that he's a bad guy. In fact, it would be that he was a hard-working guy trying to make it work. But you guys control everything. And in his case, he's uncomfortable standing up to you. I'm not uncomfortable because I don't need to be liked anymore. I don't need, I'm not beholden to a boss. I'm not beholden to, it's just where I find myself. So I'd prefer to be liked, of course, but I know what you are. I know what you are. And I hope people take my predictions on Railtown seriously. I hope you take it seriously and protect your own ass. Stop worrying about people here. Let them worry about themselves. Why don't you worry about your own ass? Because you're about to get something really uncomfortable placed in it. And it's called massive losses. So why don't you focus on your own situation rather than coming here? I hope you're taking my prediction on Railtown seriously. I hope people took my predictions on the stock market seriously. I've been correct. I hope people took my predictions on silver seriously. I hope they took my predictions to sell various stocks seriously. I hope they made money when I first mentioned Nixie. I hope they took that trade seriously. I hope they take seriously the lessons I've learned about how you operate. So yeah, I hope people take predictions seriously. And let me restate it. You're going to lose a lot of money. And there's no recovery from it here. I mean, you'll be able to make it up in all the other stocks. I'm going to do my best to keep this group of people from ever trading anything that's pitched to them in the over-the-counter market in that way. I mean, unfortunately, like Railtown, it's an over-the-counter stock, but it's a Canadian stock. They didn't come on the over-the-counter market to raise money. I do think they came over-counter to get into the United States. And what's the logical progression? Over-the-counter NASDAQ sucks. NASDAQ New York Stock Exchange. As far as I know, the Amex is part of the New York. So one or the other. Amex used to be a great exchange, but it got destroyed by you guys. I give you congratulations. You have the best criminal organization probably of modern times. Why should someone sell cocaine? or get into prostitution or numbers. What you guys do is brilliant, but it's also criminal. Were my first videos mentioning Railtown before or after? No, I mentioned Railtown. I don't go back and watch my videos, but I mentioned Railtown, I believe, in September. I probably have somewhere where I can give you a date, but I think it was September. And I mentioned it all fourth quarter. But Railtown, I mean, I feel like I talked to a brick wall, but I'll try it one more time. So Railtown has gone through what any company does, startup. The founders have an idea and they put their own money in it. Then you have friends and family. Then you have angel rounds. And then what they do during these 6 years is research and development. They take the idea and they build it out. During this time, the value of the company usually stays about the same. Now, if you're on Wall Street, they're private companies. They can do rounds that sell out at higher levels, partly because they're in that daisy chain from these low rounds all the way to IPO. And once you're selected, it's almost guaranteed to happen. But then they go to commercialization. And when I first heard about Railtown, I dismissed it. Oh, that sounds great. Dismissed it. Oh, that's great. But then it clicked. It clicked. So then you go into commercialization. You have R&D. This chart's about value creation. You go into commercialization and you turn your product into a revenue generating machine, slowly at first, but as it gains purchase and as it starts to accelerate and as the revenue turns into net cash flow and that even turns into earnings, the valuation starts climbing like a rocket ship. Well, when I first heard Railtown, this is what I heard. This right here is what I heard. And I thought, well, I figured what would happen to Railtown is it would prove up its products, particularly through Microsoft and NVIDIA and those partners that they list on their website. It would prove up its products. And to me, the logical buyers are their partners, Microsoft, NVIDIA, AMD. And I figured it'd be bought out. Now, this valuation creation is algorithmic. this buyout, at least in my experience, AI might be different, is pretty much done on an arithmetic projection. So this might be 20x. This might be calculated out at a growth rate of 15-20% per annum. But the big boys pay up here because they don't want to go through all this. Plus, they don't want to lose their job if they're wrong. But they're happy with this. This can make their life beautiful. But I learned something yesterday on Microsoft when we played the video. I didn't know GitHub is part of Microsoft. Stupid me. But he said they have components in their GitHub I guess it's a monthly subscription, of various developer tools. He pointed out that they have I'm putting two and two together. He said something, but I don't want to misquote him. But what if Microsoft aligned in some fashion with Railtown and put Conductor in its GitHub? Whew, that'd be massive. So while this is what I thought, just to use their name, maybe Microsoft buys it out and the company grows inside of Microsoft. But my point is, maybe Microsoft buys it because they can make it grow like a hockey stick because of GitHub. I don't know. But then what happened, Ryan, is I figured, and I said it live and I said it on videos, I figured Railtown could be just like I just described here. It's all because I'm working with a oil and gas software company who uses the cloud, who uses advanced AI, who uses processing of data at high speed. And the whole goal of it, and the guys doing it have done it twice before. One of their companies was purchased by KKR. The other was purchased by Schlumberger or Halliburton or something like that. And so what they're doing is building software that allows horizontal drilling to stay in the zone almost 100% of the time, increasing production meaningfully, because not only they're in the zone, they're in the heart of the zone, and cowboying it, just doing it without it, you might only get 80% of the zone. So they turn tier 2 assets into tier 1 assets, and it is a huge success. They went from one customer, I think they have 27 now, and they're about to roll out in conferences, and they're going to be bought out. They're going to be bought out by Halliburton or Schlumberger or Exxon, somebody. Well, this is the same model that Railtown has. That's the one that I got. That's that model. And what I talked about is exactly what I'm saying here, is Railtown is going to, and I remember talking about it, they're going to the best conference, the AI in British Columbia conference, to start talking about their products, to start selling it, and then another one. And the whole idea is, as they prove up and get customers and prove up revenue, the value increases. And instead of it being Halliburton or Schlumberger, maybe it's Microsoft or AMD here or NVIDIA buying the company. And last year I was talking about the stock could go from, I forget what price it was. It was probably 38 cents, that it could go to $4 or higher in a buyout. But in my mind, I thought it was a developer's product Microsoft or NVIDIA would buy it, but they wouldn't pay, I wasn't willing to put huge targets on their buyout. But then in November, they joined the AI Partnership Network, and everything kind of slowed down. And I was like, what? It's not happening like I thought it would. So I got distracted by Nixie, by G-Bucks. I think I tried one other one in there. I even considered predicted Finger correctly, but I didn't follow up on it. Now they're showing you 100,000 shares for sale. Now 50, now 100. It's not real. It's spoofing. It's illegal. So anyway, that was around November. And then, of course, you're coming into the holidays. And I'm thinking, it's not happening as quickly as I thought it might. So I got distracted, impatient, like we all do. And I really thought Nixie had a chance. I really thought that G-Bucks had a chance. I really thought there was another one. Just can't remember what it was. And I figured, well, let's see how they act, and I'll come back and buy a bunch of Railtown if they work. Well, then they announced, Ryan, in February, I think it was the 11th, that they're going to actually buy AI Partners. And of course, my first reaction was, oh, shite. This is going to take another 60 days. Because it takes time. You got lawyers who represent Railtown. You've got probably bankers and maybe attorneys who represent Canaccord. You've got lawyers who represent AI Partners. You may have lawyers that get involved that represent all of the 160 companies. You might have lawyers that represent the personal interests of each of the principals. And then you got the regulators. I was like, oh, darn it, it's going to take 60 days, at least. And what I figured would happen with Railtown is a Microsoft or an AMD or a NVIDIA would jump at the chance to buy them. And maybe there'd be competition, but it'd have to be announced. And we could get a trade out of it because, like I say, 10, 15x just sitting there in this model. But then they bought AI Partners, and I watched it on Twitter, and that's where I heard about John Ruffalo and Omer's. That's where I took a picture of it. I'm not going to put it up because the person, I don't know the person, but I respect that person. I'm not going to put it back up because they took it down. And I think they must have done that because of the quiet period. But it said 400 million in revenue. I started talking around and asking, what is that revenue worth? I had no idea. I didn't know what the metric is. Is it 9 times? Is it 2 times revenue? And I was shocked to find out that the number, which was, and this is in January, the number that was being talked about as a multiple of revenues in the AI space was 19 times revenue. It's since mushroomed much higher. So I started thinking, well, this AI partners thing is huge. And then they kept going to conferences. They took down the corporate presentation, which I was a little annoyed with, but it makes sense. They can't promote their stock. But anybody can do it. I studied their websites, AIP's website, which looks suspiciously similar to Railtown's. And, I kept making my inquiries. It's not like I have a deep set of people to talk to in the AI space like I do in oil and gas and mining. But I've got people to talk to, and some people I talk to from doing this. And I saw it 19. And you start running revenue projections and you multiply it by 19. And I did that for a few weeks. And I tried to come up with low numbers, high numbers. And I tried to do it with just what would you estimate Railtown's going to do with their 4 products? What would, and I just kept running through it. I Googled the Canadian regulators to find out how long it takes to approve a merger. And the answer is 30 days. Over 90% of them get approved in 30 days. But if it's not approved in 30 days, they take an additional 30 days to say yay or nay if it violates competition, reduces competition, harms competition. So I pretty much knew it would be mid-April before there would be anything back from Railtown. So I said to myself, you know what, I'm gonna stay in Nixie, G-Bucks, and I swear there was another stock. But maybe I'm wrong, because nothing's coming to my head. So maybe I'm talking about Finger that I didn't do. So I knew I had until middle of April for sure. So I didn't worry. I just said, okay, that stock's not going to go up for another 60 days. And then it came into April and nothing happened. And so as we got to April, middle of April, nothing scientific. I said to myself, it's going to be another 30 days. Nothing scientific. It's just you wait on everything. So I figured it'll be the middle of May. So I hung on in G-Bucks and Nixie, and if I had another position, whatever it was. And it came to the middle of the May, and nothing happened. And I started making calls about, oh, geez, is this just going to fall apart? What's happening here? And from a lot, putting a lot of different information together, I got the feeling that no, this wasn't bad at all. It was because it was so good that it was taking such a long time. And one guy pointed out to me, you understand that when you put an MOU out there and you're going to go get final approval, that the computers just automatically sell, which I did. But that put some context in the fact that the stock hadn't been going up. But I got from multiple conversations, expert and non-expert, I got the consensus, and I started thinking myself that the delays actually meant positive things. One thing I wanted to know is if Canada were going to say no, would they do it within the 60 days? Anything's possible, but yeah, They would. They let you know. So the fact that it went past 60 days buttressed my feelings that things were positive here. And then I've given you some of the reasons I thought through about, because it's in the press releases. All you have to do is read them about the roll-up strategy and all that. So anyway, that was May. And I said to myself, again, arbitrarily, this doesn't feel like anything's happening until June. And so I stuck with my, and by the way, I'm not a big shot. My account is puny now compared to what I had before. But we got to the first week of June, and I know what day it was. It was a Thursday. I just don't know. I have to look up the date. Yeah, it's Thursday the 5th. I sat down right on the other side here, and I was going through, well, what should I do? Blah, blah. Should I hang on to this? I think this is going to double. I think this is going to go up 4 times. But ultimately, I asked myself, am I going to be angry if I don't own Railtown, if it starts to go? Because June, I really thought June would be it. So I just sold everything and put it all into Railtown. And I don't want to sound, like I say, I don't want to sound like a big shot. And it was weird. I simultaneously received the video I've shown you from my old office, Morgan Stanley's analyst. And I listened to that and I went, wow, AI is really huge. And it's because of NVIDIA and quantum computing. And this is revolutionary. But I also said, because I've been in those desks. I've been in the, you get invited, somebody comes in to pitch an annuity product to you, and the whole office is invited to the conference room, and they serve lunch and drinks, and they get up on the blackboard and they say, let's compare investing in a regular account or doing it through an annuity. Let's call the first family the days, and we'll call the second family the nights. And instead of spelling it night, we'll spell it with a K because it's clever, so it'll be the days and the nights. Wow, I've never heard that before. All right, and we'll go down here and this. Now we'll go to the and by the time you've already eaten your lunch, you want to leave. But you have to sit through it to be polite. But what they're doing is they're educating their sales force, so the sales force goes out and pushes product on their clients. And I knew immediately when I saw this, that's what Morgan Stanley is doing. They're going to raise money to put it into AI. That I understand. I've lived it. That's my lived experience. So that came in just at the beginning of June, and that same week. And then I was, I clicked, because I used to subscribe to him, I clicked on Alterer's AI because it was going to run out of time. It's just all a carny show. But I watched his 2 or 3 times. I didn't ever finish it. But just his descriptions about, and I played it to you, and when I did, I wrote down some of his quotes. He said this AI 2.0, this is James Altucher. You saw it here. You can go back to my video to see it. He said it's the AI 2.0 is going to make crypto look like a ripple. He said there's going to be a tidal wave of wealth created. He said it's this generation's last chance to massively change their financial position. He said AI 2.0 isn't a far off dream. It's already here because of NVIDIA, because of quantum. And he said, forget crypto. He said a wealth building opportunity that hasn't happened in 150 years is staring at you right now. He then quoted various people, but he said it's going to be a $15.7 trillion bull market. And then he predicted that the AI market is going to surpass, in terms of what it adds to GDP, 100 trillion with a T, 100 trillion. And then he said that the AI 2.0 is more significant of a breakthrough than any other technology breakthrough that we've ever seen. And I thought, wow, I have a product here. I've gone through it. First mover, ready to go, proprietary, into this explosive macro market where Wall Street is training their troops to raise money for AI. It's a confluence. It's all, I didn't know it at the time when I first came on, but I know it now. They planned these products in advance. They wanted to be ahead of the game. So when the computing power caught up and the data centers caught up and the chips caught up, they're ready to go. And that's what's happened. I've been through this momentum building groupthink. It's almost a change in leadership. It's not quite, but just the massive amount of capital and cash that slushes over and makes these things rise. So then, as I've tried to explain so many times, this basic move up got interrupted because they went into a quiet period. They've gone into a quiet period, and I probably should have drawn that down here. That's where I should draw that, sorry. They've gone into a quiet period, which has capped the price here. And it should be here, in my judgment. This price should be here. They've capped it here because of the quiet period. So to me, I just started, and literally, I have talked about nothing else. I think it was that Friday I came on and said, this is what I did. And I didn't want to look at Nixie. I didn't want to look at G-Bucks. I didn't want to look at Finger. I didn't, because I knew those were going to go up. But I made my decision. I wanted to be, because this to here, from here to here, I think is 10x. I think when it starts trading, and it is trading, so I'm mixing language, but it's suppressed. And I think once the deal's announced, it's headed here. Now, will it be straight up or will it be up a bit, back, stall? I think it could happen in 2 days, but it also could happen in 2 weeks. It also could happen in 2 months. But I think everything lines up that this should be the entry. It's suppressed, it's mispriced, and it's going up. So I've been on a campaign since then. And that 10X is better than all these other speculative crap things that these criminals interfere with. They can't interfere with this. So I feel like a lot of people have been hurt by these stories. I no longer believe short squeezes work unless the longs commit crimes themselves. So Railtown closed with 284,000 shares. The bid is 44. The ask is 49 cents. But it closed at 44. It doesn't say really. Extended hours, 44.13. Closed at 44. That, my friends, is a breakout, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure 44 is a breakout. It's higher than all those yellows. Yeah. So we've closed above resistance on that horizontal line. And I think we've closed above that green line, 43, and we're probably right at that blue we're, I use a fat finger. We're either through the blue line or right at it, but we're definitely above the 43-cent line. It looks pretty exciting. That looks pretty exciting. So anyway, then what I think now, because of AI partners, it's so much bigger that this value creation the only prediction I'm making right now is 10x from here. Let's call it $5. And maybe I should write that down. My original projection was 350. I said it so many times, but it's not being exact. It's just giving you the magnitude of what I think's coming. So I was really, the main thing that got me going, Ryan, is that to me, this is the wrong price. This is the right price, whatever it is. I'm saying it's $5. It could be $10. It could be $2. I don't know. But whatever this starting gate is, the stock price is suppressed, in my opinion, here, and it'll go quickly there once the restriction is off and buyers can come in. Then from that platform, instead of being bought out here, I think because of AI partners, it's much bigger. And because of Morgan Stanley, because of AI 2.0, I think it's much bigger. You could get 10x to here, another 10x, and even another 10x. But we'll follow all that later on. The main thing, Ryan, is that we are able to buy this stock. Now, this research report doesn't say what the price was on July 2nd. I might be able to find out. I might be able to find out if I go to Yahoo. Okay, let's see. It's not always easy to find. Okay, here. It's a year ago. So when this research report came out was July 2nd. What I have here is July 3rd. So we'll go with that. When this report came out, the stock was 50 cents, 50.82. When this report, it went to 58.65. It went to 59, went to 59, went to 60, went to 62. So when this report went out, it went to its high of 62 cents. We're able, because of the restricted period, we're able to buy it at 40 cents. Even though the story's gotten better, even though the macro has gotten better, even though the multiples have gotten better. Because it's in this restricted period, and possibly because of shorting, we're able to get in at 40 cents. So to me, there's not much risk in this money. I don't see this as money that is forfeit, like it can be in CRTD. It can be in GTII. It can be in MULN and MMAT and MLS, all these others. I don't see anything forfeit here. And in return for that, I did a lot of calculations. They're all bogus in the sense I don't have hard data, but I tried to be conservative and risk every calculation and be severe. And I come up with 10x. But if it's $1, if it's $2, that's good, $3. But starting from here, because of AI partners, I'm telling you, that 400 million in revenue with a multiple of 100 times is huge. Cut it in half, it's huge. Cut that in half, it's huge. So, Ryan, this is 10x, maybe 100x without a short squeeze. And this part of the trade, all the odds favor it. So risk reward, it made sense to me. So I've been very heavy on it the last, as it turns out, for 4 weeks. I didn't think I'd have that much time. And you could, this guy could come on and say, well, you were wrong about 4 weeks ago. Why are you wrong now? Well, it could be. Maybe it takes another 4 weeks. But I don't think so. And I think the stock price is telling you something's up. 44 to 49. I know that's a wide spread because they closed, but still, I think it's indicating where the stock price wants to go. Okay, let's go through Dirty Red. It's amazing how there's so much in trouble here. Dirty Red says to you, AI will destroy lives. It'll improve others. You know, when the horseless carriage came out, eventually it destroyed the lives of the people cracking the whip on the horses, but it created the need for some drivers. When air conditioning came out, it destroyed the lives of people supplying ice, but it created jobs for repairmen. So it's a meaningless statement. Life is full of change, and yes, there will be people that lose and people that win. There may be, you don't seem like much of a thinker, but maybe you are, I don't know. But years ago, probably before you were conceived, there was a debate about how society will become as there's improvements, machines, and labor has more time on its hands. And we didn't go that direction. We went the direction of capital. But it may, I mean, these discussions happened 50 years ago, 60 years ago. Will people work 4 days a week instead of 5? Will they work 3 days a week? So you're not pointing out anything new with that alarmist statement. So your point is people shouldn't make money in AI? Is that your point? That Morgan Stanley is going to raise money for robotics, and Tesla's going to create the robo-car, and Apple's going to create AI that you use with the glasses, and people are going to use AI to write term papers and write books, to create courses. You're going to say everybody should get away from that because it destroys lives? You're suddenly moral? Crypto will chase, it has. People have lost a lot of money in crypto. A lot. They've made money in some of them. Crypto will change lives right now. Really? Really? And AI is not changing lives right now? This guy wants you to move money to crypto because he's trapped in a short position in Railtown. Ripple applied to be a bank. Oh my gosh. Oh, that's sudden. That's out of the blue. Oh my gosh, that's going to change everything quickly. Look, I was explaining to Ryan, and I'll have to explain to your thick head. My recommendation on Railtown started out and remains a short-term recommendation. A month, 8 weeks, 3 months. And the easy part of the trade, and I think clear part of the trade, is the fact that the stock is suppressed because it's on the restricted list. When it comes off the restricted list, buyers come in, recommendation come in. I think that's 10x. From there, people can do what they want. But the more I study it, the more I learn about it, I think people shouldn't sell at 10x. I think they should hold on for another 10x. And then they can get away from all the hype from people that don't even use their real name. Now, Ripple applying to be a bank is terrific. But let me quote let me quote Dirty Red, because I don't know who the F you are. But let me quote James Altucher, who I subscribe to learn about crypto. But that's about the same time I had a huge reversal trusting a woman and a friend. But it's my responsibility. So I studied Ripple. I studied XRP. I studied all this. And I will point out to you, XRP didn't do very well in this crash. So I would rather own silver for the crash than crypto. But you keep hammering it. You come try to take this money from my group. You come keep trying to get it so you can get eyeballs or whatever the hell you're trying to do. I want people to stick together here so they can create wealth. But I'm not speaking ill of XRP. But let me ask you, what's XRP going to do in the next 2 weeks? What's XRP going to do in the next month? What's XRP going to do in the next 2 months? Is it going to 10x? That's all I'm asking. That's all I'm asking. This is a layup. Doesn't mean that people don't miss layups, but this is a layup that Railtown 10x's in the short run. It's a layup. Everything's there. Doesn't mean layups always work, but the probability is high. To me, XRP is a three-pointer. And unless you're Caitlin Clark, I don't see all three-pointers work. But let me, this expert on crypto, James Altucher, let me reread to you what he said. He said the coming wealth creation in AI 2.0, we're not talking about lives being ruined. It's going to make crypto look like a ripple. Interesting word. AI 2.0 is going to create a tidal wave of wealth. AI 2.0 is this generation's last chance at creating great wealth. AI 2.0 isn't a far-off dream. It's already here. And then he said, forget crypto. He said, I like crypto, but forget crypto. That's what James Altucher said. Now, he still pushes crypto. But his point is timing. Timing now is to seize what's in front of you in the AI space and not listen to a fudster like you. Oh, no, I'm just bringing up a question and you get angry. I'm here, I'm your friend. And now you're getting angry at me? Such jerks. XRP will run all stable coins. Life changing for your wealth, AI destroys. What meaningless crap. Let me tell you, it may be true that XRP creates wealth. He gives you no backup to it. He just makes a statement. I've spent 4 weeks now backing up everything I can think of. I've even challenged some of the assumptions. And Railtown, if you want to move and follow Dirty Red, because he's your mentor, that's fine. You know, I'm used to being loved, and then somebody else comes along. I'm used to that. So all I'm telling you as an audience is I have no idea what XRP is going to do in the next 2 weeks. He doesn't either, or in the next 2 months. I have a pretty good idea what Railtown's going to do within 2 months. And then you can go listen to Dirty Red, because he clearly has your interests in mind. He's giving you a bunch of bumper sticker statements. He says AI destroys. What's AI destroying? If you invest in it, it's going to create wealth. Why is Elon Musk investing in it? Because it destroys? Why is James Altucher investing in it? Because it destroys? Why is Microsoft investing in it? Because it destroys? Why did OpenAI just do a round worth $300 billion? Because it destroys? Why did Anthropic AI just do a round at $60 billion valuation? Because it destroys? Why did XAI? Why did Musk merge in his X into XAI and they just did a round at 80 billion? Because it destroys? Whatever that means. It's not even worth reading. At least 25 plus hours a week pushing RLAIF. Something's not right with this. Who are you trying to convince, us or yourself? Hope you're right to save yourself more embarrassment. All right, so Dirty Red is the guy that comes on like he's a friend, and now you know what he is. He's a complete short asshole. I've explained, I'll try to explain again. 25 hours a week pushing this. Yeah, I guess I'm pushing it, but this is another time to make clear. I'll give you my Jennifer disclosure. I have no arrangement with RLAIF. I do not have a contract with RLAIF. I'm not being paid by RLAIF. I have not been given shares or warrants. I haven't been given a promise of a flight to China. I haven't been given meals. I haven't been given a free subscription to their service. That's my Jennifer disclosure. My overall disclosure, which is clear as always, these videos are my opinion. They're I hope educational. They're editorial. They might be strategy. They're not financial advice. I think Dirty Red's motives are evil, and they're meant for his own pocket, and they're meant to put you in a state of fear, uncertainty, and doubt. That's how they rob. That's how they get you to move money. The reason I've been talking about Railtown for now, I guess 4 weeks, let's see. I've been talking about it longer, but I stopped talking about silver. I stopped talking about gold. I stopped talking about other stocks. I stopped talking about the overall, mining area. Why? Because I wanted you to know that I am clear as a bell that Railtown has 10x ahead of it with very little risk. But there's always uncertainty. So I started on Thursday the 5th. That's 1, that's 2, that's 3. So I'm in the 4th week of essentially only talking about Railtown. That is a choice, and that's on purpose. I want you to know where I stand, and I want you to buy Railtown. I think if you buy Railtown at 50 cents, it's going to go to $5. My prediction is $5. Could it be less? Could it be more? Sure. I don't have a crystal ball. But I think the combined effect of the restriction in the stock, which keeps the whales, the family offices, the institutional, the retail buying away from the stock, particularly in Canada, any of Canaccord's clients, any of the big people behind Railtown, any of the big investors behind any of the companies in AI Partners, they can't buy. As soon as that deal's done, they can start buying. Now, I think it'll be staged in, so it may not be all at once. I think but once it gets to $5, it could quickly go higher. And I think it'll be stair step. I don't think Dirty Red will be able to short it down. And that's what he's afraid of. That's one. I also, too, don't think there's any downside in Railtown. Now that it's 43 cents, maybe it's got 10 cents, 15 cents down in the spike, maybe. But it's not acting that way. Further, I think Railtown now, as much, and Tony made fun of me, but as much as it would be nice to have a trade, because 10x is nice. I really think Railtown could give you from here 100x if you wait. It's a completely different kind of stock. It's not a Tony De Niro stock. It's not a Dirty Red stock. It's not a lion of all trade stocks. They want to trade. They want action, action, action. This is like a house flipper versus someone that comes in and accumulates the properties on a city block, waits 10 years, sells it to a hotel development, and hits it big. Some people need the action all the time, and they make little quick hits, and they don't get rich. They just are hyperactive. I'm telling you, Railtown can meaningfully make you financially sound. Now, why am I doing it? Because as I've been explaining for quite a while, and I'm trying to remember, but I think it's now 2 months, I read to you several times and maybe I'll just do it again. If I can find it. I don't think that's it. It's not it. I guess it was longer back, furtherer back than I thought. Since April 27th, I've pointed out to you something that I've talked about, but more as something I observed. And I read Susan Trimbath's book many times, and I've shared it with you. And, right on her first page, she says, investors and entrepreneurs they support are being harmed by fails to deliver. They're being harmed by Dirty Red and stock lending and borrowing under rules approved by the SEC. Neither the government regulators nor the financial industry self-regulatory organizations are capable of correcting this. It's a regulatory crisis. Then she goes down. Some of the fails to deliver last for years. So you start thinking, well, we're trying to fight fails to deliver in GTII, trying to fight them in GME, trying to fight them in AMC, trying to fight them in Finger, and so on and so on. Some of the fails to deliver last for years in the United States because the centralized clearing and settlement organization provides that fails to settle on a given day will be resubmitted with a new settlement day the next day ad infinitum. The New York Stock Exchange admitted in public 2005, 20 years ago, that using the Central Clearing Organization stock borrow program to cover up these failures to settle has resulted in the violation of one vote, one share, one vote. But let's not focus on that. Next point, no regulation in the United States requires the borrower of shares to close out long-term outstanding stock loans and settlement failures. All rights of stock ownership go with the stock share to the borrower. Numerous companies have been subject of aggressive trading attacks and that are enabled by the lack of action by the regulators. Aggressive trading tactics by Dirty Red and his friends, such as naked short selling, can at minimum impair access to capital and at the worst have driven small companies to ruin. Then she goes down. The DTCC chooses not to resolve or buy in trades where the seller fails to deliver. Their rules allow them, the DTC, to credit to their members an entitlement for undelivered shares, which allows their members to credit the account representing the buyer investor in a failed trade. This process creates extra shares of stock of public companies, all within the rules. The DTC turned to the SEC and got approval for a rule to prohibit companies from taking action to protect themselves. The failure to enforce the closeout of stock lending and to force final settlement is generating phantom shares, which through the most basic laws of supply and demand, depress the price of stocks by increasing the supply of shares. Anyway, she talks about it goes on and on. I've read that to you before. But on April 27th, I received David Morgan's report, and as chance has it, he did a summary of The Great Taking, a movie, and he's been talking about it apparently for a couple of months. I didn't get those letters. But he says this: the global financial system has increasingly engaged in a practice where all securities, stocks, bonds, or other financial assets are used as collateral by the world's largest banks. The financial securities are pooled in centralized depositories like the DTCC. Securities are rehypothecated multiple times, creating extensive collateral chains which contribute to the rapid expansion of the derivatives market. This practice, he doesn't want to bring out that this was Bill Clinton. This practice, I think he's more politically savvy than I am. This practice has evolved into a systemic method of leveraging securities for financial gain. It was legally formalized through the 1994 revision of Article 8 of the Uniform Commercial Code. This effectively transferred ownership of securities to the central depositories, stripping investors of the direct property rights and putting their assets at risk in the time of crisis. This revision, the 1994 revision of the UCC Article 8, introduced the concept of quote unquote securities entitlements, which replaced direct ownership of securities with a contractual claim, effectively allowing central depositories, the DTCC, to utilize the securities at will. And the DTCC is owned by the banks and the hedge funds. So then rehypothecation, which is the practice of using and reusing pledged collateral to secure multiple obligations, lies at the heart of this schemer. When banks engage in derivatives trading, they use securities held at the DTCC as collateral without the investor's knowledge. The Federal Reserve acknowledged this in legal documents, explicitly stating that investors, quote, do not have rights attaching to particular securities in the pool, unquote. Instead, investors hold only a pro rata claim to a collective securities pool, effectively making investors unsecured creditors in the event of default. Stated differently, rather than having outright ownership, investors are granted a contractual claim that allows financial institutions to prioritize the financial institution's own interests regarding these assets and when they use these assets. If a major crisis were to occur, like happened with John Corsine's firm, the first rights to the underlying securities would go to the secured creditors involved in the derivative contracts, the banks, or the counterparty, not to the investor themselves. This arrangement has allowed the derivatives market to grow to 1.5 quadrillion, 1,500 trillion. This explosive growth has been driven by the unregulated and limited use, This explosive growth has been driven by the unregulated and limitless use of clients' securities as collateral. So I started, since the end of April, I've read that many times, started really wondering what our campaign against short selling is really all about. Bill Clinton made it legal to create securities entitlements. And Bill Clinton made it legal to turn what I've called for years our securities markets into fractional reserve securities markets, fractional reserve securities lending markets. And I realize with clever attorneys, and lying attorneys are clever, if not anything, at these various white-shoed brokerage firms that lawyer firms that Dirty Reds sponsors hire. There's an aspect of it that's legal. Where's the squeeze going to come from? So I don't find many opportunities where I can, with a high degree of confidence, tell investors that I see 10x coming soon. But I was wrong, just to prove that you can be wrong. It wasn't June. I thought it would be June. Simple reason, 6 months, second quarter. I was wrong. But does that make the frozen stock price essentially, because of restriction, that when they lift that restriction, it goes up? Does that make that wrong? No, I don't think so. It just means maybe it's July. I think it's July now. But it could be August. But to me, it's very clear that if you don't buy it, you run the risk each day that they make that announcement. And then it's 60 cents, 70 cents. So the reason I'm on so much and only focused on Railtown is I believe in it. I want people here to make money. And I'd really love for people to make all their money back from these endless stories that they've been sold. And I feel like I've learned over the last 3 or 4 years. What have I learned? Basically, that the stock market changed while I was away, that regulation changed while I was away, that the criminals run Wall Street, and that the big U.S. pools of money buy people like you to make almost guaranteed profits. And what I think is a certainty in all of these stocks, G-Bucks, Nixie, Finger, GTII, QNT, any of them, they're going to come in under attack from you. All of them. And it's never going to go away. It's just going to keep coming, keep coming. Every time the stock goes up, the attacks will continue and it'll come back down. It's going to be like rolling the rock up the hill and it comes back rolling down. Roll it. But it's not true in Railtown's case. So the reason, on the contrary, to something not being right, I think something is very right about my talking about Railtown every day. Railtown is the stock, in my judgment. There's still, if there were no risk, it'd already be another high. But I think all the variables are lined up for Railtown to be a 10x, and it could be 15x. And then from there, another 10x, but it could be 100x from there by the time, let's just make it up, Apple comes and buys them. But we'll learn that as we go along. I'm focused on the first 10x, because if people don't act now, it's going to be too late. If they go into your XRP and they hang out there for the next 6 months waiting for your life-changing experience, which may or may not come, Railtown will be $50. So I'm really emphasizing that point because I think Railtown is the stock that isn't relying on a short squeeze. It isn't relying on a special dividend. It isn't relying on promotion. You may say that I'm doing that. I'm not. I am saying buy the stock, but it's not financial advice, of course. But they don't need me. I'm doing it because I don't want people to miss the opportunity that I see. And we'll adjust it as we go. But I haven't even been this focused on silver, and silver's getting out of control. I've talked a lot about silver, but I don't think there's been anything I've been this focused on. And I want that to come across to everybody because I want them to buy Railtown while it's 50 cents. It was 30 cents. It was 40 cents. I still want them to buy it at 50 cents. That's why I'm doing it. It's not because there's anything wrong. It's because everything's right about Railtown. And everything that you are, because you're a chameleon. You come in as a friend, and then you come in as an asshole. It's all because you're trying to create FUD. I'm glad that you mentioned not chasing these short squeezes anymore. I want to close that, Ryan. That's exactly what I want to close. I don't, it's funny, for his own reasons. I don't know what they were. I'm not mad about it. I'm not, it's just life. But Ham decided not to come on here anymore. And it's interesting. It increased my resolve to get away from the short squeeze stories. I don't want to be in them. I don't want to be in any manipulated stock. I just don't want to be in them. I'm almost disappointed that Railtown has a short squeeze aspect to it, but it's there. You got to go with the facts. Railtown doesn't depend on a short squeeze to go up. Not, on the contrary, Railtown is purely a revenue. It's even a revenue projection play. And because it's ready, that's the thing. A lot of these AI companies are not ready. They'll be bought anyway, because there's going to be almost a mania, a professional investors mania. But Railtown is ready. And that's the beauty of it. It's the beauty of it. I think for every 1 penny Steve makes 9,600. He's on vacation enjoying his life. So every penny, he's making more on vacation than he makes on his job for the month. I don't know, I'm making it up. Yeah, Steve's in a great position, Ted. And I want everybody to see that. I guess that's what I'm trying to do, is educate people. You have a chance here to seize, so your accounts become real accounts. You become real investors. I'm not saying you're not real investors, but we get the hell out of here. We just pull up stakes and move out of here. I don't ever want to spend time ever listening to a story about how a bunch of whales own the majority of this stock and there's a big short and they're going to bring this AI company in. They got a medical. I don't want to deal with it anymore. And it's just fraught with failure. And it's because the other side has the system under control. I'm very proud of you, Donna. I was looking at your. I don't think I have it here. Maybe I do. I might have thrown it away. But I was looking at your position, Donna, and you're one of the people. Yeah, you've got a great position, Donna, and I'm really grateful that you had the courage to do it, because I think, you know, in the positive sense, my goal, you know, screw that negativity guy, but my goal, Donna, would be for you, as with others, and I'm so glad Sada is in it, Sada Aman, is that you can recover your losses. Unfortunately, a lot of people aren't going to do it because they probably don't even listen to me anymore. But you can recover your losses, and I actually think you can make a really big return on this overall experience. But we'll find out about that as we go. But I think you can recover your losses, and we can, as Ryan puts it, he wants to close that chapter of my life, of his life. And I agree with that. I'd like everybody here to close the chapter of getting on breathless conference calls or space calls and getting manipulated by Dirty Red and the rest of these jerks. Because it's not worth it. It's not worth it. They don't have any secrets. It's not hard to understand. They have computers that they can turn on to buy, but they get in a battle with the selling computers, their own selling computers, but they need volume, and they need buying that's not part of their computerized networks. They can figure it out. So if all of a sudden there's a bunch of retail buying, the computers will start buying, the selling computers will stop and might even cover, the stocks go up like Finger did. I watched it with I predicted it with Roth. I tried to do it carefully. But I said it feels like Roth or that toad is getting the stock price up so he can short it, and then he can do a financing via Roth with Finger. And you know what was odd about that? I thought Finger should do that deal. They didn't. They'd be sitting on $30 or $40 million right now at $3 or $4 a share. But they did a small deal, which means they're going to have to come to market again. And it's not going to be pretty unless him and the whales can get the stock price up. And maybe they'll have a contract or something like that. But the constant pressure downward comes from the criminals. And it's been a horrible experience. I think people have come in with good intention. Like that guy who I met, who I think, you know, the guy that does AMC and GME, George Thoroughbred, George. Anyway, he's tremendous. I met him. He works so hard. His integrity just oozes out of him. But I think there's a fundamental assumption in our attack that's wrong. And I'm ironically, I'm glad that I don't have to well, I don't want to say much more, but I no longer believe short squeezes occur unless there's a surprise, like you hit a big oil well, or Railtown could be a surprise to them, or the stock price starts moving really quickly, which costs money, and then it costs buying in. And if The short position has been created. They haven't had time to offset it. And then I actually think most short squeezes are manipulated, just like some of the crushing selling can be. When prices are going up, I think they use these computers to fight it. I think a lot of the squeezes we see are buying computers doing it, and it's collusion. It's breaking securities laws. That's why last year, when one person on Twitter blurted out what was going on with GDC and ZJYL, all of a sudden it stopped. It just didn't happen because it's just too risky. The SEC goes after longs. They don't go after the shorts. They just don't do it. Anyway, Donna, I got off track. I'm just really hope that you can have a highly profitable move in Railtown. And the only way to make your other losses back is to make a significant commitment, which you did. And, to have essentially 40,000 shares go to $5. That's 200 grand. I don't know your financial situation, so I can't give financial advice, of course, but that might be enough to cover losses in MMT, in other things. I don't know. But I also don't want you to listen to these guys that are trying to make you a hot hand. None of us are day traders. None of us should be day trading. Donna, with 40,000 shares, if I'm right, and I only present this so you can have a vision. I'm not promising it yet. But if 40,000 shares goes to $50, it may take 2 years. But you know what? When I talk to my friends and I say, I want to hold on in my IRA. Basically, my IRA has about as many shares as you do. I think it might have slightly more. But I'm thinking if I can hold it till it goes to 50, I'll have, just over $2 million. I don't know if that's enough to retire on, but it's something. But when I talk to my friends in this space, some of them say, you're crazy. It could be $50 by the end of the year. So I'm not calling for that it's going to be 50 by the end of the year. I'm just simply calling for now $5. I've gone up from $3.50 to $5. That's all I'm calling. That's my projection now. But I want you, in order to prevent you from quickly selling and going over into the next genius round or the next vocal round or the next whatever the crap comes down the guy with a gravelly voice, I know my clients are buying this, and they've got contracts here and contracts there, and the CEO's not going to do. My guys are coming in as soon as it's 3, they're going to be buying it up to 8, and get away from it. It's all lies. It's all lies, or it's incompetency. But it doesn't matter. We don't have to think about it anymore. Imagine, Donna, if your 40,000 shares went to 2 million, and I'm not promising that right now. I'm just saying they're going to go to $5 is my prediction. But I think this is realistic because believe it or not, if let's say he was talking about Microsoft's GitHub yesterday on that video. He said GitHub is predicting 1.5 trillion from, but he said it on the video. I don't remember the phraseology, but what I wrote down, bundled in with the apps in GitHub. So what if Microsoft comes to buy Railtown to bundle Conductor into GitHub? He said it. I wrote it down. He said it's battle tested. It's a co-pilot. Anyway, he went on. So my point is, if Microsoft came and bought Railtown, I personally do not think they could buy the company for $50. Not right now. I don't think the company's for sale at $50. Not with the upside. So maybe Microsoft gives stock. And if it's giving stock instead of cash, I think you can move that number easily over $100, but you might have to move it into hundreds of dollars to get the deal done. And it'd be a good deal for Microsoft. But that's all down the road. That's down the road. Let's not think that's for sure. But that's where it's headed, I think. I think Railtown will be bought out by one of the big people. Apple, if Apple's behind. XAI, I don't know. We'll see. It's a lot between now and then. But Donna, if you could afford to just not trade, just not get hype stirred around, and I'm not picking on you. I'm just saying this is what these guys do. I've done it. I got, even with Finger, what the hell was I in calls for? Had I stayed home instead of gone down to that movie, I would have sold them, and I might have had losses, but I'd still have a corpus. But still, what the hell? Getting caught up in all that. We don't need that. We don't need that. Let me show you what you can do. I'm going to do a video on it. I showed that company Vail, but I have somewhere here a napkin that one of the best oil and gas contacts I have. I mean, he's a great friend. He's honest, and his expertise, his network is amazing. But he's got 3 royalty companies that have been around a long time that do between 8 and 14% annualized yield. And one of them, I think, is called, if I remember correctly, Dorchester. It's been around for 50 years. So these revenues come off the top of oil and gas production. So they're tied to what I think's coming. I think natural gas could go to $50 an MCF. I think oil could go to $500 a barrel. First, though, I think there's going to be a pullback. But when it comes, it's for the rest of our lives. And that's the kind of income that you want to grow old on. But anyway, just using 8%. Just using 8%. $2 million would give you $160,000 in income a year. And if you divide it by 12, it's $13,000 a month at 8%. Now, by then, maybe rates are lower. Maybe those prices are different. But I'm working with that gentleman. And if we all stay together, he's working on a project that is private, but it's fantastic. And I'll show that when it's available, and other things. But Donna, I'm really proud of you that you bought as much as you did, and maybe you end up buying more, I don't know. But to have essentially, let me look at it again. Yeah, to have essentially 40,000 shares. I will say it again because I believe it. I think over the next 18 months, give or take, but I'd say it could take longer. There's one caveat that I've got to deal with, and I don't know the answer to. I do expect the markets to skyrocket, but I also think then that's over, and then we're going to have a crash. But a crash in the indices doesn't mean that all stocks crash, by the way. Miners might not crash. Well, they could all temporarily have a crisis where margin calls and people have to sell. And that'd be a great opportunity to buy things. But there still will be a market. And then they'll adjust the Dow. They'll move the components of the Dow around. So I gotta process what's going to happen to multiples. But that's homework for a later day. But right now, I want you to know that I believe, Donna, that your 40,000 shares could be worth $2 million. I'm not saying in a squeeze. I'm not saying in a short run. I'm not saying that you have to do anything. All we have to do is pay attention, change the electricity in our brains so that if a stock like that one the guy pointed out, Wolf, he pointed it out at 42 cents. He said it looks like a squeeze. There was nothing on the chart that said it did not look like a squeeze. Not at all. But so he must have had some information. But it, at least in my judgment, it didn't look at all like a squeeze. But the stock doubled the next day. But I want us all to get away from that. Imagine, Donna, if that part of your account went to $2 million and you could just leave it in, I don't know, if Apple bought it, you could leave it in Apple stock. Or you could adjust it to income or whatever. Well, no. Go seek financial advice, or maybe I should go back and sit at a desk at one of those firms. But I just don't want you, they're going to come on and like that guy, I forget which guy it was, said, oh, wow, $5, that would be a win for retail. We're not in a basketball game. We're not trying to get a win for retail. Those guys come on because they're trying to collect money each day. They pay for their table. They pay for their computer. They have to split their profits with somebody that bankrolls them. And they're just trying to skim every day. It's a disgusting business they're in. I want you away from it so that you can go on vacation, you can talk to your friends, and you can quietly know that you have an account. You might put it all in municipal bonds, which I wouldn't recommend right now. I wouldn't, no way. And well, I don't know. I think interest rates are going down. My problem with municipal bonds is I don't think cities have the tax base to pay them back, but maybe government bonds, but everything is volatile over the next couple of years. Anyway, I'll move on. But good job, Donna, really. Steve makes 10 grand a penny, but of course he doesn't own $1 million yet. Is that right? You make 10 grand a penny? A penny and a quarter, you make 10 grand? How do I get in your business? Is it better than day trading, Steve? Is it better than day trading? That's so amazing. You studied crypto when Gensler and your boy Biden stymied crypto. Actually, that's not true. I studied crypto. I started studying crypto seriously. I mean, I was always, I told you, I studied it in London when Bitcoin was under $1. I studied it pretty hard, but nobody knew about it. I asked all my friends, nobody heard about it. But Max Kaiser was talking about it with his now wife, Stacy. And I'd go back to the hotel every time. I'd get out a notebook, I'd listen, write it down, try to understand what is a hard wallet, what is, ugh. And I had 400 grand at that time to invest. It's cash, and I wanted to invest. I wouldn't have put it all in there. I would have put. I doubt I would have put 100 grand in, but I might have. But maybe 50 grand, maybe 80 grand, maybe 40 grand. But I started then, so you're totally wrong. And but then I bought a bunch of books, and I signed up for this Altucher guy's program, and I could probably look it up, but I'd say it was about 8 years ago, and then 7 years, then 6 years, then 5 years, and I kind of let it go once I started trading here. I just let it go for a little while because Bitcoin got so expensive, and I was wrong. Bitcoin kept going up, but I also put it on a list of things I was going to do when Finger worked, when the other stocks were, and it just didn't happen. So I don't have the money to do everything, and I'm not sure what I can really offer. You don't seem to offer anything either, by the way, but I don't know how much I can really offer educationally in the crypto space. But I do want to do it, and maybe it's an interview, maybe it's picking a coin. I did narrow my choices down to 2 or 3. I think XRP was one of them. But I don't buy your argument that this is going to take over the world. So that's very megalomaniacal of you. We have Trump now. I voted for Trump 3 times. I don't know if you know that. I voted for Trump, and I think Trump won 3 times. I'm a lifelong Democrat. I've never voted for a Republican before, but I voted for Donald Trump for president in 3 elections. So, you just don't know what you're talking about. July 14th, we're getting ISO 2022 and other massive things coming online. Yeah, apparently Trump, and he never got to his point, that Altucher guy, and I could never click a button to just buy his service. But he was projecting that there's a big change in Trump's program that's going to give a massive opportunity to AI. But I've heard others say that things might change with crypto. What I'm afraid of, Dirty Red, because you are a scumbag, is that you are being hired to get people to put money in crypto. The bottom line, the ETFs of crypto, I think they're going to do the same securities change that they're doing with stock. The ETFs are going to allow derivatives leverage. So was it Archimedes, whoever the hell it was, that said if you had a lever long enough, you could move the earth? I think leverage, derivatives, create that leverage, and they can manipulate the price of crypto. So I think it could be another big scheme to enrich the banks. So I'm glad you've got the answer for how you're going to make your wealth. I'm not sure that I'm ready to write off crypto, but when I have something right in front of me that can give me 10x, pardon me if I ignore someone that's a fudster. Tech has been the best thing in the USA's had for 40 years. Yeah, you know, that's a powerful statement. Going back to Altshuler, in his video, he said, AI 2.0 is more significant than any technology breakthrough in our history. Pretty big statement. Pretty big statement after 40 years. But the other thing I noticed about Journeyman, about your observation, is that technology has been around for 40 years. And so there's got to be a lot of legacy software, a lot of, as they call it, software debt, technology debt. In other words, there's a lot to still get fixed, and it's a negative on the balance sheet. You got to budget for it. So this AI conductor can come in and fix that. Battle tested. I believe him. It can fix it easily, quickly, efficiently, productivity, and locate it and fix it and really make it hum. So you can build on that 40. You can build on that 40 years. See, this is guys. This is what they do. Now they're trying to tell me I shouldn't get upset so that I'm being unreasonable. They're the reasonable ones. You should be listening to them. Guys, these are devils. These are devils, and we got to get away from it. I like what Ryan said for himself. That's what I'm trying to do with as many of you that will listen. I'm trying to give you a bus out of the slums that Dirty Red steals from. I want to get you the fast train out of, you know, that part of New York City. I want to get you on the, you know, the jumbo jet. You pick it. Malaysia, Costa Rica, yeah, you pick it. I'm trying to get you there. And so you don't have to deal with this stuff anymore. These guys are devils. And their big thing is, why get mad? Why name call? I'm not. I'm just conversing. The hell you're conversing. The hell you are. You're here to create FUD. Tomorrow is a half day already. Everyone's away. Everyone's on vacation. I didn't know tomorrow's a half day. I did not know tomorrow is a half day. Unbelievable. I like this guy, Journeyman. Pushing or exciting? Excited. I would say I'm excited. I would say I'm excited. I have a new lens in here, and I don't know if I'm something wrong with my eyeball. I would say I'm excited, and I want people. I would feel ill if I hadn't done this over the last 4 weeks. If I sold my 2 or 3 stocks and in my small account bought Railtown without telling you, and then I didn't spend this time fighting, because I know what they want. They want you to be in this hot stock, get in this stock market. If you buy it here, you sell it there. They need your money. That's the body there. That's the feast. And if they can get you moving, maybe other new money comes in, and then they can suck it all down over and over again. It's big money. It's an industry. And they're good at it. They are good at it. And I would love to get, right now I think I have 100 people. I don't have a contract with you guys. I haven't asked you to put it in a mutual fund or anything. But I'm glad a lot of people have given me the names, because you know what it'll do? It'll give me the power, for example, to maybe write an email or call in to the CEO and say, look, I won't lie. I'll say loosely, I represent 5 million shares. Would you do an interview with us? Things like that. Or I can go, the next deal comes along that I like and there's an offering. I can call the CEO and say, you know what? My group owns, I don't know, let's dream, $50 million worth of Railtown. And I'd like to put in for $2 million of your offering, and give me a little time to work it. I'd like you guys to deal with the good part of Wall Street. This stuff down here, this is just for the thieves, the bloodsuckers, the liars. And I just don't want you down here. And I know there's good people involved, and I know there's people who still think the system works. I don't. And I don't even think there's any way a short squeeze is going to happen unless the 3 things I always say. So Dirty Red is saying I'm a dangerous man, and he's just conversing. Peeps, tread well here. Okay, Dirty Red wants you to know, with his clever use of the word peeps, that he's on your side. Tread well here. Okay, you can tread what I don't care what you do, but I'm telling you, it is my judgment that if you listen to this guy who doesn't give a shit about you, and has done no due diligence on, because they do not do due diligence on any of these companies. When the stocks pop up, they sell it. When the news comes out, MOU, time, working toward final agreement to merge, their computers start selling. And before they know it, they're short 1 million shares or 2 million shares or 5 million shares. And then it starts going up, and their computers tell them, oh, on Twitter, on Reddit, on YouTube, somebody's talking about Railtown. Let's go find out why. And then they want you to think that all of my foibles, my temper, my volatility, some of the stocks that haven't worked, this all disqualifies me from sharing with you my due diligence on this company. And this guy, Dirty Red, comes in and he tells you, I invested $500, but I'm too frightened to invest more. Bullshit. He's here to make you afraid. They don't want to lose you as a way to keep up their living. That's all. But anyway, you can stay with them. If one person, if Sada and Donna and Julie and Steve and I don't have the whole list here, are there, I'll feel very good about it. I would feel horrible about myself if I didn't work hard to make sure you understand what's going on, at least in my judgment. And it's gone on longer than I thought, which in a way is good. We've built up 5 million. Maybe we can get to 6 million. I don't know. But it makes it very uncomfortable for the shorts. And he's right. I am dangerous to the shorts in this situation. I bet none of the Fortune 100 companies from 100 years ago are still around. That's true, although I think ExxonMobil. But you could argue about the name. IBM's kind of there, but they made some missteps. I would say you could argue some of the banks are still there, sort of. And I wonder, you're saying 100 years ago, I wonder when Coca-Cola started or Campbell Soups. But yeah, I think you're correct. The Nifty 50, mostly gone. And it's a hard decision to make on the Mag 7 because is this time different is always the question. Hey, Sada. Railtown will be squeezing or buy other companies. Yeah, I think that's true. I wish Railtown wouldn't squeeze, but it looks like there's a huge short position. I think part of that short position might be explained by pretty active hedging strategies against the dollar and the loonie. So it might not be as big as that document suggests, but even if it's half that and the stock starts going up, or if it's a third of that, it could have a pretty big impact. But I don't want to be in that mindset. We have to be alert that a squeeze could happen, but I don't want to be in that mindset with Railtown that it's hot money. I really don't. I think Railtown is a stock that before you know it makes your account green and whole again, but that's not enough of a reason to sell. It's an alert. Hey, I'm back to even, but we'll know more, and we'll have announcements. We'll have maybe research so we can really study it, and we'll have revenue, I hope, to work with. But I don't want people to just reflexively sell it because it's up. Railtown is not one of these disaster companies that goes up because everyone buys it. It's got a short squeeze. It's because on the other side of that, look at GME. Is that the one that went to 470? It runs, but they keep selling. And then when it comes down, the first time they may be behind on their profits, but the next time they hire this roaring kitty and it goes up, roars up, and then it comes back down. They do a deal and up and down. It's not real investing. It's in fact, I think it's psychological basically, I don't want to, I don't want to say it's an addiction, but it's, once they get you caught up in it, it becomes a psychological trap. And I think Railtown gets us out of that, just gets us out of that. And I like how Ryan said it for himself. That's what I'd like for everybody. And that includes, I hate to say it, that includes Finger, although I'm not saying anything bad about Finger. I just want to get away from all of this insanity. And look, I've done this a long time. I haven't spent this much time in this space on Wall Street in my lifetime. It's not a good space to be in. I'm starting to see why. There's a lot of bad people. If I was to push, advice on you, I tell you to move from DC and chase some tail in Florida. I don't, you know, you know, I'd love to have a girl and a great relationship, but I don't chase tail. I know that's what you think is a valuable part of life, but the way it's set up now, everything's a hit and run, and women join in on it. You know, 100, 150, 200 body count. One woman does 1,000 in a day, but that's just not a competition I want to enter. So it's to move to Florida to chase tail is not good salesmanship, at least as far as I am concerned. Hey, Chico Ed. Sick and tired of being sick and tired. That sums it up. That sums it up. That's a very good summary. All right, Republicans. Oh, it's an amendment. It's another amendment. 216 to 212. Fox of North Carolina amendment on agreeing to the amendment. So that's interesting. Be a servant leader. That's interesting. These guys attack me, and I do wonder. I don't know, Journeyman. I always run the risk of losing my audience, but on my refrigerator, a friend of mine, when I was going through my troubles, a very nice man. He I guess he went back to it. I was in Denver, and the next day he wrote down 3 proverbs or whatever there are. But one of them says something like, dedicate your work to the Lord, and your thoughts will be ordered, something like that. And I've read that a few times over the last 3-4 weeks, because I don't know. I mean, this is a lot of work, and it's not all fun, and I do take a lot of heat, and there's some risk in it, in the sense that as this guy says here, this analyst says here, it's a it's a speculative buy. It's a speculative buy, but I think that this is a task I want to see through, and I really believe that people are going to benefit from owning Railtown. And the last thing I want to happen, though, is if Railtown does 10x, if it does 5x, it's a good move. But if it does 10x, I don't want it to be hot money. I want that money to be yours. I want us all to think about it. And I like that gentleman. I think it was Pete the Greek. I like his idea. Maybe I can have a space call, or maybe I can buy a computer that has call-ins, that has conversations. I like that. But we can talk about it all together. But I don't. I think in my career, there's only been a few times that I've felt as strongly about something as I do about Railtown. And as strongly as I do about getting the hell away from all this short squeeze stocks. Brandon Neely, bravo, bravo. I'm writing that down. That's great, Brandon. That is grand. And I like that. I like that recommendation. I just don't want it to be hot money. I'll tell you when I have concerns, but I don't want it. Because what I'm afraid of, if you sell it at $5 and you don't get back in and it's $22, you're going to be mad, you know? George Donovan, that's it. Great guy. Yeah, I really admire him. I don't know him that well, but I admire him. Help someone else and you will be helped. Will my gout go away? Will I be able to walk? I don't even know what GitHub is. I love that. You sound like a wise acre and a wise man. Put your faith in the man and the water. Put your hand in the man that calm the sea. All right, let's see. Let's see how everything closed. And I'm going to go take some medicine because my foot is killing me. Railtown 44. Finger 204 is up. Nixie's up 5 cents, 235. So that gentleman that pointed out the Russell 3000E, I appreciate that. Tesla's up 50 cents in the extra hours. The best trade of 2025 is starting to wobble. Bill, you made my knees wobble. I'm sure I did. Uh-oh, Massey announces he has enough votes to block the one big beautiful bill in the House. Having fun yet? No. And let me also just check, and then I'm going to sign off. I'm really proud of all of you that bought. I'll give an updated total. A lot of suspended play in Wimbledon. Looks like FAA. Oh, FAA is going to be glad that it was suspended. Vandershoop is in a tight match. I guess they're all going to be glad. What? Fritz, yeah, he won. Why is that showing up? Yeah, of course, Alcaraz, easy peasy. He doesn't have anyone to beat. Rublev won. He was having a tough time, but he came through. Bravo. Manarino won. Jari won, of course. Nori won against the big foe. That's too bad. One day, big foe's going to break through. Fonseca won. Kashanov won. That's the only guy that can beat Alcaraz on the whole side, and he doesn't have much of a chance. And when will Djokovic play tomorrow? 8:30 a.m. I'll have to get up early. All right. All right. You guys can read your friend Dirty Red's last comment. I guess he must be Jewish because he says I have hate speeches. I don't think I do. But I do make these comments about womanism, and I don't know about that. I don't know if I'm wrong or right. I just think that sometimes we have to understand there's an experiment going on. But I'm probably not right to do that. So you've got Dirty Red on your side. Just remember that. You can find him on, you could go, you can follow him. And he's got ideas for you. Anyway, I don't want to lose friends or listeners, but he misunderstands what I'm doing. I'm not trying to build hits and all that. I don't know. If Railtown works out, I may change this to a closed system that I just work with a few of you. I don't know what I'm going to do, but I am what I am. I'll try to be better, but I hate these attacks, mostly because I hate what it does to you guys. And if I've lost listeners, I regret that. But I guess all I can do is the best I can do to make sure. Look, because you guys have listened and because you guys are hanging in there, we've got 100 people, maybe 101 Dalmatians, that are going to be very happy, I think, and benefit from Railtown in short order. And then you can chase Dirty Red's dreams. He's the kind of guy that has your best interests in heart. Anyway, let's move on for that. Peace. I want to wish peace to all the people and children in the Middle East, in all the conflicts in Eastern Europe and elsewhere around the world. And I hope you guys have a good evening.